Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam
Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Enam Kanvandam Maravindadalaya Taksham Bhagavatam Samasitam Buddhasundarangam Nandar Agom Vigamaniya Vishesha Shobham
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Andani Yasa Sakalen Priya Priti Manti Vasyan Dipan Dikayanti Jiram Naganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadhu Jala Vigrahasya
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami
जय प्रभुपदाय जय प्रभुपदाय प्रभुपदाय जय प्रभुपदाय जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद प्रभुपाद की श्री गुरु चरण पद्मा केवल भक्ति सद्मा श्री गुरु चरण पद्मा केवल भक्ति सद्मा बंधो मोहे सावधान माते बंध मोहे सावधान माते जहरा प्रसादे भाई भाव तरिया जाय जहरा प्रसादे भाई भाव तोरिया जाय कृष्ण प्राप्ति हो जहाँ आते कृष्ण प्राप्ति हो जहाँ आते गुरु मुख पद्म वाक्या चित्ते कोरिया क्या गुरु मुख पद्म वाक्या चित्ते कोरिया क्या और ना करी हो माने आशा और ना करी हो माने आशा श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तम गति श्री गुरु चरणे रति ऐसे उत्तम गति जय प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा जय प्रसाद पूरे सर्व आशा चक्षुदान दिल जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से चक्षुदान दिल जय जन्मे जन्मे प्रभु से दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित दिव्य ज्ञान हृदय प्रकाशित प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते प्रेम भक्ति जहाँ होते अविद्या विनाश जाते वेद गाय जहर चरिता वेद गाय जहर चरिता श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनारा बंधु श्री गुरु करुणा सिंधु अधम जनारा बंधु लोके नाथ लोके जीवाना लोके नाथ लोके जीवाना श्रीला प्रभुपाद पतित पावना आह प्रभु कर दया देह मोरे पद छाया आह प्रभु कर दया देह मोरे पद छाया आह प्रभु कर दया देह मोरे पद छाया एवेजस गुशक त्रिभुवना एवेजस गुशक त्रिभुवना श्रीला प्रभुपाद पतित पावना श्रीला प्रभुपाद पतित पावना गुरुदेव ले लो शरणा जय प्रभुपदाय 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 जय प्रभुपदाय जय जय प्रभुपाद 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 जय जय प्रभुपाद जय जय गुरुदेव 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 जय जय गुरुदेव। ऐसी भक्तिदान स्वामी श्री प्रभुपाद की। नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिनेति नामिने। नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे। वाणी प्रचारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद। हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे। Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chandi Radha Kala Chandi Radhe. Jaya Radha Kala Chandi Radha Kala Chandi Radhe. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jai Jai Gurudev. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Ishimad His Divine Grace. Abhay Charnarvind Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki. Javam Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivijakacharya Sutra Sata. Sri Srimad His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Sasti Goswami Maharaj Ki. Ananta Koti Vaishnav Vrinda Ki. Namacharya Haridas Thakur Ki. प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद द्वैत गदाधर शिवासति गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री राधा कृष्ण गोविंद श्याम कुन राधा कुन गिरी गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की जगन्नाथ स्वामी की गंगा मई की यमुना मई की भक्ति देवी की तुलसी महारानी की हरि नाम संकीर्तन की संकीर्तन यज्ञ की हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र की समावेत भक्त वृंद की ऑल ग्लोरीज टू assembled devotees. Glories to assembled devotees. All glories to assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru Sri Gauranga. All glories to Guru. How are we going to put this thing? Put it on this one. The stand. No, this is fine. It should work. What verse we are on? It's written here. 1:15:40. Pandavas retire. So, anybody knows why the Pandavas retired? What was the reason? Huh? Because Lord Krishna has left the planet. Jai. Very nice. So So that's the whole thing. What's that? The party is over? When Krishna leaves the planet, the party is over. Then he comes back as Lord Chaitanya, then again the party starts. Yeah. This is on. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Janaranjana Yashodanandana Janaranjana Yamunatira Vanachari Yamunatira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chanji Radha Kala Chanji Radhe Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Vishnupada Paramahansa Parivajikacharya Stotra Sata Sri Srimad His Divine Grace Abhay Charnaravind Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Vishnupada Paramahansa Parivajikacharya Stotra Sata Sri Srimad His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Satya Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnavrinda Ki Jai Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन वृंदावन धाम की जय मैपुर नवदीप धाम की जय जगन्नाथ पुरी धाम जगन्नाथ स्वामी की जय गंगा मई की जय जमुना मई की जय भक्ति देवी की जय तुलसी महारानी की जय हरि नाम संकीर्तन की संकीर्तन यज्ञ की जय हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र श्रीमद् भागवतम महाग्रंथ की जय समावेत भक्त वृंद की ग्लोरीज टू somebody devotee glories to somebody devotee all glories to Sri Guru Sri Gaurang all glories to Srila Prabhupada. Very happy to be back here in our eternal home, Shri Radha Kalachandji Bhagwan, shelter of the Lord. Thank you very much, all the nice, wonderful devotees. We are studying from Srimad Bhagavatam today. Canto 1, chapter 15, text number 40. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 15, text number 40. Visrajya tatra tat sarvam. Visrajya tatra tat sarvam. Dukula valayadikam. Dukula valayadikam. Nirmamo nirahankara. Nirmamo nirahankara. Sanchina sheshabandhana. Sanchina bandhana. Visrijya tatra tat sarvam. Dukula valayadikam. Nirmamo nirahankara. Sanchina sheshabandhana. Visrajya tatra tat sarvam. Dukula valayadikam. Nirmamo nirahankara. Sanchina sheshabandhana. Visrijya tatra tat sarvam. Dukula valayadikam. Nirmamo nirahankara. Sanchina sheshabandhana. Visrijya, relinquishing. Tatra, all those that sarvam, everything, dukula, belt, valaya adikam, and bangles, nirmama, uninterested, nirahankara, unattached, sanchina, perfectly cut off, asheshavandana, unlimited attachment. Translation. Maharaja Yudhishthira at once relinquished all his garments, belt, and ornaments of the royal order and became completely disinterested and unattached to everything. Please repeat. Maharaj Yudhishthira at once relinquished all his garments, belt and ornaments of the royal order and became completely disinterested and unattached to everything. So this is the description of Maharaj Yudhishthir and Pandavas after Lord Krishna left the planet. What happened to them? So, there are a few very important teachings here that we can try to learn today from this behavior of Maharaj Yudhishthira. What is there to learn? What will help us in our devotional service? That we have to try to find out. And Srila Prabhupada is explaining very nicely what is the important thing to learn. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. To become purified of material contamination is the necessary qualification for becoming one of the associates of the Lord. So the first sentence, Prabhupada is clarifying. Becoming purified of material contamination. Without that, you cannot become associate. No one can become an associate of the Lord or can go back to Godhead without such purification. Maharaj Yudhishthira, therefore, to become spiritually pure, at once gave up his royal opulence, relinquishing his royal dress and garments. The kashaya or saffron loincloth of a sannyasi indicates freedom from all attractive material garments, and thus he changed his dress accordingly. So Maharaj Yudhishthira gave up all his royal paraphernalia and he took up the kashaya, saffron loincloth. And thus he changed his dress accordingly. He became disinterested in his kingdom and family, and thus became free from all material contamination or material designation. People are generally attached to various kinds of designations, the designations of family, society, country, occupation, wealth, position, and many others. As long as one is attached to such designations, he is considered materially impure. The so-called leaders of men in the modern age are attached by national consciousness, but they do not know that such false consciousness is also another designation of the materially conditioned soul. One has to relinquish such designations before one can become eligible to go back to Godhead. Foolish people adore such men who die in national consciousness. But here is an example of Maharaj Yudhishthira, a royal king who prepared himself to leave this world without such national consciousness. And yet he is remembered even today because he was a great pious king, almost on the same level with the personality of Godhead, Sri Rama. So Prabhupada is making clear that Maharaj Yudhishthira is on the platform of Lord Ramchandra. And because people of the world were dominated by such pious kings, they were happy in all respects. And it was quite possible for such great emperors to rule the world. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmiletam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So, this is a very noble example of a great pure devotee. Not only Maharaj Yudhishthira, but all the 5 brothers, Pandavas, and also Draupadi. all of them left the kingdom of Hastinapur. They gave up all the royal paraphernalia. So, we have to try to see it in the modern context and get some idea, because there are many, not royal kings, but many politicians ruling the world today. And what is their situation? So we have to consider from all different angles. Maharaj Yudhishthira is known as an ideal king, and he is on the level of Lord Ramchandra. So he had, with the help of his brothers, conquered all the countries of the whole earth planet. All the different kings were at his service. They were just ready to take his order. Whatever he wanted was being done all over the world. And what he wanted was what Lord Krishna wanted. Lord Krishna had the desire to see Maharaj Yudhishthira as the emperor of the world, ruling the whole world. But Maharaj Yudhishthira, he did not have any, even little bit of desire to rule over the whole earth planet. He had no interest from the very beginning. But because it was the order, it was the desire of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he took that desire of the Lord as his own desire, as his own mission. He took it up with the help of Arjuna and Bhimasen and all the four brothers, Pandava brothers. They all cooperated to fulfill the desire of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna. Dharma samsthapanarthaya. In order to establish the religion and to annihilate the miscreants and to protect the saintly personalities and devotees. So for this mission, Maharaj Yudhishthira took up such a big responsibility to rule over the whole world. But personally, he had no interest whatsoever from the very beginning. Yet, because it was the desire of Lord Krishna, he was fully engaged in his duty. And he performed his duty so perfectly that even today he is considered as the best example of what a pious king should do, starting from getting up in the morning all day and then going to bed in the evening. So if you study the life of Maharaj Yudhishthira and his activities as the emperor of the world, you can see the noble character and you can adopt these wonderful qualities that he is exhibiting. But the whole thing changed when Lord Krishna decided to go back to Godhead, to his spiritual abode, Golokdham Vrindavan. So, in Dwarka, when Lord Krishna wound up his pastimes, then the whole thing changed. Now, Bhagavatam is describing three personalities, particularly as the Haridas, the real devotee of Lord Krishna. Who are the three Haridas? So, of course, number one is Girirajji Govardhan. Giriraj Maharaj is considered as the best of all devotees, Haridas Varyam. And there are also two other personalities. So one is Uddhava, who is a friend and servant of Lord Krishna, personal servant and personal friend, minister, everything. Uddhava is also the cousin brother of Lord Krishna in Dwarka. He is always with Lord Krishna, so he is considered as also best devotee. And the third personality is Maharaj Yudhishthira. So the question can be asked, how the Giriraj Maharaj, Govardhan is the best Haridas. Because Giriraj Maharaj is serving all the Brajavasis and fulfilling their desires, fulfilling their necessities, providing them with all the necessities of life, taking care of hundreds and thousands and millions of people, animals, cows, everybody. So naturally, he gets the title. Whoever is performing Vaishnava Seva, serving the devotees, he gets the title of best devotee. So naturally, Giriraj Maharaj is getting the title of best devotee, Haridas Varya. But then, why is Yudhishthira Maharaj also considered as the best devotee of Krishna? The reason is here that even though he had no personal ambition, yet to fulfill the order of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he dedicated his whole life and he even engaged in the Mahabharata Yuddha, the war, just so he can satisfy the desire of Lord Sri Krishna. And he agreed to fulfill all the duties and became the emperor of the world. But as soon as the Lord disappeared from the earth planet, then he had no desire to remain as the emperor of the world. You can see. If you compare that with the politician of today, he has all the desires and he wants to carry on as the minister or prime minister or president as long as he can. So that is the difference. Because they have personal agenda separate from the interest of the Lord. So therefore, they are not able to do any good to the society, to the people. And on the contrary, so many bad things happen in the society because of the personal agenda that a leader is carrying for himself. So Prabhupada is giving the example of having the designations, national designations. So because Maharaj Yudhishthira was free from all these desires of having a national designation, national identity, even though he was the emperor of the world, he only thought of himself as one identity. What was that identity? Jiver Swarupai Nitya Krishna Das. I am Krishna Das. I am Hari Das. I am simply a servant of the Supreme Personality, Lord Krishna. I don't have any other identity. So, even when acting as the emperor of the world, he never thought himself as the emperor, but he thought that I am just carrying out the order of the Lord. He told me to become the emperor, so I am becoming the emperor. But when Lord Krishna left, immediately he gave up his palace. He had all the opulences of the world. He had all the kings under his jurisdiction. He gave up everything. He gave up the ornaments he was wearing, the dress and the belt and the mukut and everything he gave up. And immediately he took up the saffron loincloth. And his brothers also immediately, because Bhimsen could have said that now since you are retiring, you're going to Himalaya mountain. That's all right, but I did not become the emperor, so let me become the emperor. I'm the next in line. No, Bhimsen didn't want. Arjuna, same thing. Arjuna could have been the next emperor in line, but he had no interest. Sahadev, Nakula, Draupadi, everybody gave up all the royal paraphernalia without anybody asking them, without anybody talking to them. They didn't talk to anybody. They immediately gave up everything they had. So, this is a very, very unique kind of example of detachment, that they are living in the lap of luxury, having hundreds and thousands of servants, ministers, armies, everything they had at their disposal. They had conquered the world. But they gave up everything. Why? Because now Lord Krishna is personally not here on the earth planet. We cannot go and see him in Dwarka. He cannot come here to visit us. He came to save us in every situation. He personally came and helped us. Without the help of Lord Krishna, there was no question of winning the Mahabharata war. It was a very ferocious battle. And on the other side, opposite side, there were very, very mighty personality warriors like Bhishma Pitama. Grandfather Bhishma, nobody could conquer him. He was direct disciple of Parshuram. And he had all the weapons at his disposal, all the powerful weapons. He knew how to release them. Then Dronacharya, Guru Dronacharya, also similarly, same thing, very powerful. Then Karna, then there were so many, they are listed. Hundreds of very most powerful warriors in the world had gathered on the side of Duryodhana. And the size of his army was also double in size than the army of Yudhishthir Maharaj. Yudhishthir Maharaj, what he had gathered was quite a small army compared to Duryodhana's army. And the warriors were also mighty, powerful. Duryodhana himself was also very powerful. So, there was practically speaking no chance of Yudhishthir Maharaj winning this war. So how did it happen? Because of the presence, personal presence of Lord Sri Krishna, Yudhishthir Maharaj was able to win the war. Of course, he had the help of Arjuna and Bhimsen. They were mighty warriors. But only two people, what they can do, there were only two most powerful people. But on the other side, there were so many. So the balance was on the other side. But because of the presence of Lord Krishna, the whole thing was reversed in the favor of Pandavas. So we can see Pandava brothers and Yudhishthir Maharaj, all of them, they knew this fact. And besides that, from the very childhood, they had depended on the mercy of Lord Krishna. And Arjuna, he had personal, very intimate friendship and love with Lord Krishna. He was a very dear friend. Both of them had spent many, many days together. So, this intimacy, friendship, and service became so much what you call deeply engraved in the consciousness of these five personalities that they could not imagine even living even for one more day on the earth planet without the presence of Lord Krishna. So this is the this is the real thing that we see here, that they gave up, why they gave up everything, why Yudhishthira Maharaj gave up the whole kingdom. He immediately enthroned his grandson, Parikshit Maharaj, gave the kingdom to Parikshit Maharaj. He was a young boy. But Yudhishthira Maharaj did not think of anything. Now he wants to also go back to Godhead. That's all. So sometimes we see that when the disciple is very attached to the spiritual master and the spiritual master leaves his body, goes back to Godhead, then the disciple also decides that I have no interest now. So he goes into samadhi and he is constantly chanting Hare Krishna and he leaves his body. He gives up eating and sleeping, everything. And he just is chanting and then he goes back to Godhead. There are examples like that. But this kind of very topmost kind of detachment to this world and attachment to Guru and Krishna is seen very rarely. It's not very common. So what should we do when we are in a situation where we are trying to become devotees of Lord Krishna? This is like the topmost example. And therefore in this verse, it's described as nirmama nirahankara. Nirmama means I have nothing to do with this material body and everything that is related with this body. Idam na mama, idam Krishnasya, idam na mama. Everything belongs to Krishna, so naturally my body, my mind also belong to Krishna. It's not mine. It's a property of Lord Krishna. So that is called nirmama. So in that situation, the person does not think that I am American or Indian or man or woman or this or that. No. He only thinks that I am servant of Krishna and my body belongs to. So when the body belongs to Krishna, then definitely the car belongs to Krishna. The house belongs to Krishna. The relatives belong to, everything belongs to Krishna. Because the maximum attachment is with the body for the soul. The soul is captured by body consciousness and everything else follows. But when there is no body consciousness, when the soul is thinking that my body also belongs to Krishna, then there is no question of anything else belonging to himself. So that is called nirmama. Lord Krishna says, Advaishta Sarva Bhutanam in Bhagavad Gita 12:13. Advaishta means non-envious. This personality is totally non-envious. He is friendly to everybody. Maitra Karuna Evacha. Nirmamo Nirahankara. these two words, if we understand, nirmama means there is no bodily consciousness. Nirahankara means there is no ahankara, there is no false ego. So Yudhishthira Maharaj is free from false ego platform. That I have some separate agenda from the plan of Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna can have his own plan, I have my own plan. No. That is called ahankara, when I have some separate issue. But when I am completely dedicated to the plan of the Lord, when I am completely dedicated to the plan of the spiritual master, to the mission of the Guru, then that is called nirahankara. So, this is a very, very important lesson we are learning from the example of Yudhishthira Maharaj, that is nirmama, nirahankara, adveshta, samadukha kshami, santushta satatam yogi, yatatma dhrya nischaya. Mayarpita manobuddhi. Krishna says his mana, his mind and buddhi is totally dedicated into serving him, serving Krishna. There is no other agenda. Mayarpita manobuddhi. Yo mad bhakta, this kind of my devotee, Same Priya, he is very dear to me. So in 12th chapter, he is giving the qualifications of who is the pure devotee, who is very dear to Krishna. So in that description, Lord Krishna is summarizing these two words, nirmama, nirahankara, which are repeated here in this verse, which we are trying to understand today out of this whole discussion, that how we can become nirmama, nirahankara. So for us, Prabhupada is giving very simple solution. He says, just take up the mission of the Guru wholeheartedly and follow the Bhakti Yoga process. If you follow the Bhakti Yoga process that I have given you, Prabhupada says, and if you take up the mission wholeheartedly, then you will be able to chant very purely. Prabhupada says, if you want to chant Hare Krishna very purely, you just watch me, how I am chanting Hare Krishna. So Prabhupada was able to chant the holy name very purely. So he is teaching us by his example. And he says, he also gave another example of a baby crying for the mother. So with the same intensity, when you chant and you call upon the Lord, when we are chanting Hare Krishna, we intensely are hankering for the help of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Then he definitely comes and helps. So, just like mother has natural attraction, love and affection for the baby, similarly, Lord Krishna, he loves his devotees more than anything else in the world. So when we call upon him from the bottom of our heart, when we are chanting, we have to chant very sincerely, and only our attention should be focused on Krishna, Radha and Krishna, nothing else. So that method is taught by Prabhupada. He is bringing the method that is taught by Lord Chaitanya originally. So, of course, Lord Chaitanya is the original Guru in how to chant Hare Krishna. But Prabhupada, for us, he is teaching us. So, we can learn how to chant Hare Krishna by the example of great devotees, by following in their footsteps. Following in the footsteps of Yudhishthira Maharaj, following in the footsteps of Arjuna and all great devotees, then our acharyas, the Guru Parampara, and particularly Srila Prabhupada. So, automatically we can develop these noble qualities like nirmama, nirahankara, adveshta. Adveshta is very important to become non-envious. How we can become totally non-envious. So, that we can learn from the example of Yudhishthir Maharaj, Ajat Shatru. Even Duryodhan thought Yudhishthir Maharaj as his enemy, but Yudhishthir Maharaj always thought he is my younger brother, he is not my enemy. Yudhishthir Maharaj never thought of anybody as his enemy. So he is called Ajata Shatru. His enemy is not even born. Ajata means not born. Everybody, he is friendly to everyone. He wants to do good for everyone. And how you can do good for everyone? If you serve wholeheartedly Lord Krishna's lotus feet. Automatically you can do good to everybody, the whole society. Everybody can become happy. So therefore, Bhagavatam says, Yasya deve para bhakti yatha deve tatha guru. Tasya ita kathita yartha prakashanti mahatmana. As much as you have attachment and love for Lord Krishna, as much bhakti you have in your heart for Lord Krishna, same kind, same amount of bhakti and devotion and love and attachment you should have for Guru. Not that I love Krishna but I don't love my Guru. No. Yasya deve para bhakti. Then if you have this devotion and attachment for both Guru and Krishna, then automatically Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, Brahma Samhita, Vedas, Upanishad, Brahma Sutra, everything is clear cut in your heart, Prakashanti Mahatmana. The knowledge comes automatically in your heart because you have 100% faith and deep attachment and love and devotion for Guru and Krishna. That is Srimad Bhagavatam. So, we see here example of Yudhishthir Maharaj as a great, his last pastime. This is before he is going to Himalaya mountain with the Pandavas and Draupadi. And there they want to just finish their pastimes on the earth planet. So this pastime is showing his vairagya, his detachment to this world. Although when he was emperor, that time he was detached, but nobody could see that detachment so much. Because he is ruling over the whole world, he is wearing all the nice dresses, and he has the mukut and so many diamonds and jewels and so many servants, everything, all the opulences. So people can say, how you can say he is detached? Look, how much riches he has. He is living in the lap of luxury. He has everything at his disposal. He is enjoying life to the max. Somebody can say like that. So, it was very hard to see his detachment. He was not attached to any of these things. He was only attached to one thing, that I have to fulfill the order of Lord Krishna. That's all. I have to help Lord Krishna for dharma sansthapanar, for establishing true religion. True religion means Krishna consciousness. To establish Krishna consciousness all over the world. So that was, but later on, now in this pastime here, only his detachment we can see. Because he gives up everything and he's walking out barefoot with a loin cloth, saffron cloth. So that is the Vairagya Vidya Nija Bhakti Yoga Siksharthamekam Purusha Purana Shri Krishna Chaitanya Sharirdhari Kripa Mudhi Jasta Maham Prapadya. If we want to have developed some little detachment in our heart, because it's very good if we have some even little detachment from the material world, it can help us a lot. So we can pray to the highest personality who is showing the highest example of detachment. Who is that? Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Vairagya Vidya. He is showing the Vairagya Vidya. Nija Bhakti Yoga, and he is also showing the Bhakti Yoga, how to perform Bhakti Yoga. Shiksharthamekam Purusha Purana. You are the Adi Purusha. You are the origin of everything. You are Krishna himself. But you have become a teacher and you are teaching the world. So I am also accepting you as my teacher. That is the prayer here. Shiksharthamekam Purusha Purana. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Sharir Dhari Kripam Buddhi Jastamaham Prapad. You are Kripam Buddhi means you are ocean of mercy. So because you are so much merciful, so therefore even though I am not qualified, I can request you. So Kripam Buddhi Jastamaham, and I am taking full shelter at your lotus feet. Kripam Buddhi Jastamaham Prapadde. So when we pray to Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, then we get to know what is the real vairagya, what is real detachment, and how these great personalities are exhibiting. So we see this detachment in so many different examples. For the best example for us is of course Srila Prabhupada. Then there is the example of Gorkishore Babaji Maharaj. He is showing Vairagya Vidya also in a very utmost sense, that he was not attached to anything in this world, not even cloth or some pot or some dhoti or kurta or anything, nothing. What to speak of a living place, a residence? He did not even have a residence. He did not even have a hut. So he was totally like completely aloof and not concerned about anything in this world. Not even his own necessities he was not concerned. He was only absorbed in chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Whoever came, he said, sit down with me, chant with me, chant Hare Krishna. That's all he did. So we see this utmost example in our Guru Parampara. Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj was also like that, fully detached and showing that example of detachment. So when we study their life, different details about their life, then we develop some little detachment to this world. It's very important to gradually become detached from this material world and becoming attached to the spiritual world, to become attached to Krishna, to become attached to devotees, to become attached to Guru Maharaj, to become attached to Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita. All these things bring so much good fortune in our life. So therefore, this example that we are studying today, Yudhishthira Maharaj, he can teach us. Yudhishthira Maharaj, he can teach us a lot if we want to learn it. So I'll stop here. If you have any questions, if you have any comments, you like to throw some light on this particular pastime, you want to maybe mention one thing that I like this thing from today's discussion, that I like this one thing about Yudhishthira Maharaj, or I don't like him. Whatever comment you want to make, you can say. If you like him, you can say, yes, I like him. If you say, I don't like this kind of idea of detachment, it doesn't suit me, it's not suitable for me. Because in America, if you go and you go out in public and you say, people will say, what is this? Detachment. We want to go to party, we want to have at least one beer, we want to have something to enjoy life. So then, it's a different kind of, so they have a different idea. Then Nirmama Nirahankara. Now another example is Ravan. Ravan, if you mention to him Nirahankara, he say, what is this? Garbage. I own the whole world, I am the God. What do you mean? I have all the demigods under my control. They are my servants. What are you talking? So, they are totally in ahankar. Hiranyakashipu, same thing. He was claiming everything. And he was harassing all the nice, good people, saintly persons, devotees, sages. And he was totally ahankare matta hoya. He was totally absorbed in ahankar, that I own everything. I'm the master of all I survey. So those are other kind of examples. So now what is your point of view, Prabhu? You can say one thing or two things, whatever you like to say. What is your take on this? Let's hear. Here, take this one. Take it. You can speak in this microphone. It's available. Is it working?
My question is, now that we've come to ISKCON society, and as a society 50 years on, as a great, so much opulence is there. And my question is, how can we avoid falling into the pitfall of becoming so comfortable in all the opulences that this movement has presented that we lose sight of the real goal and mission?
Yeah, I know. They join ISKCON society because they think that they serve very nice prasadam. ISKCON has so many nice prasadam. So we like ISKCON. Some people come for prasadam or whatever. Some people see the society is very opulent, has temples all over the world, everywhere. So you can travel, you can have nice time in different temples, Los Angeles, Dallas, Texas, Houston, New York, Chicago, Detroit, you name it. So many in America, so many in Russia, so many in India, everywhere. You go Australia, Japan, anywhere you go, any country, you find nice ISKCON temples, nice restaurants, nice prasadam, and a good lifestyle. So your question is that how can we develop detachment? In spite of all the luxuries that we get in ISKCON, actually all the luxuries are by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. He created the framework of ISKCON as a luxurious society. He wanted ISKCON to be spread all over the world, not as a poor man's society, but as a very, very good society, all classes of people from all over the world can come and feel at ease. That was his idea. That a rich man comes, he should feel comfortable. Poor man comes, he should feel comfortable. Everybody, whoever comes, walks inside an ISKCON temple, he should feel comfortable. And he should see very happy devotees. The devotee should not be morose or should be in anxiety or thinking that I lack something. Because if you are with Krishna, if you are living with Krishna, if you are living in the house of Krishna, how can you be lacking something? You are eating the same food Krishna is eating. And you have so many wonderful opportunities with Krishna and with devotees. So devotee cannot be morose, cannot be in anxiety, cannot be in trouble. He's just a happy personality. He's enjoying life with Krishna, basically. Now, at the same time, devotee is also working hard for Krishna. Just like if you study the life of Pandavas, Yudhishthira Maharaj and Pandavas and Draupadi Mataji, they are, even though they have such a luxurious life, but they are busy from morning to evening working hard. They don't have even one moment of free time. They are so busy. So, this is also another quality of a devotee that Prabhupada insisted upon. That you live luxuriously, happily, but also you remain busy in serving Krishna. He did not like the laziness. He did not he at all propagate that spiritual society means lazy man society. No, he did not like that idea. He said that every devotee should be working at full capacity. So that was his idea, to create the ISKCON society as a very luxurious temples, very beautiful temples, very high class deity worship, high class Sankirtan, high class books, high class book distribution, everything number one quality he wanted. So for that, devotees, they have to work hard and make plans and execute them to make Prabhupada happy. So when you are doing that, there is no question of becoming attracted to something else. You don't have time. You don't have time to becoming attracted to, oh, this luxury, that luxury. Not at all. Just like if you go in the spiritual world in Golok Dham Vrindavan, it's all luxurious, everything is there. But nobody is thinking, I should enjoy this or I should enjoy that. No, everybody is thinking, how I can serve Krishna better. That's all. So it is a question of consciousness. Luxurious society, yes, but it is meant for the glorification of the Lord. And when devotees are engagefully busy in glorifying the Lord or helping in the glorification, helping in serving the Lord, then they have no time that I have something to enjoy myself. In the beginning, some devotees may have that idea. That's okay. When the person comes from the material world, he has the idea that I want to enjoy everything. The whole world is for my enjoyment. So he comes with that idea in the society. Gradually, he studies, he is trained, and he gets the idea that the whole world is not for my enjoyment. The more I try to enjoy, more I will be punished by Maya Devi. Material energy will kick me till I understand the right thing. So there is no point in trying to enjoy the material world. So he gives up this idea of enjoying the material world, and he takes the idea of engaging the material world in Krishna's service. The material world and the spiritual world, everything is for the service of Lord Krishna, is for the enjoyment of Lord Krishna, is not for my enjoyment. I'm just a small part and parcel of Krishna, servant of Krishna, and my enjoyment comes by service to Krishna. So when that idea takes root in his heart, he does not see all the things for his personal enjoyment, but he thinks that how I can put this in Krishna's service. How Krishna can enjoy this thing. So it's all about perspective. So devotees, they make progress gradually and they come to the right conclusion. Finally, at one point they understand. Because, sometimes devotees even may have to go through stages and they may have to get the kicks from material energy. Because every time the devotee thinks, oh, let me enjoy this little bit, nobody's watching, I'll enjoy. But Maya Devi is watching. Nobody else is watching, but material energy is watching you. And there are so many other demigods are also watching you. So every time there are witnesses are there. So every time the devotee tries to enjoy the material energy, she says, that's very nice, now I'll kick you. Come and try to enjoy me, come here. And then she kicks him. So in the beginning, a lot of devotees, they complain that why we have become devotees, but why we have so many problems. Well, you have to change the perspective. The perspective has to be right. Whatever your mind's idea is going to go accordingly. If your mind's idea is to cheat somebody, then you may be punished. If your mind's idea is to steal something, then also you may get punishment. So Krishna says, don't bother about all these things. It's not going to work for you. Just try to focus on how you can serve me nicely. And you learn it from the bona fide spiritual master. The bona fide spiritual master has zero desire to enjoy this world. He has no desire to enjoy. Yudhishthira Maharaj, he was emperor of the whole world. He had no desire to enjoy the whole world. He had no desire, even though he was the emperor. So we can learn from these great examples that Prabhupada had so many facilities, so much of money coming in, everything was there. But Prabhupada never thought this belongs to me. He was always, every penny that came, he was engaging in Krishna's service. He used it in Krishna immediately. He used it in Krishna's service. All the resources, all the money, everything he used, he immediately engaged in Krishna's service. So when the devotee gets the right perspective, then he doesn't get kicked by the material energy. But when he has the wrong perspective, surely he gets so many times kicked and he's wondering, why am I getting the kick? What did I do wrong? And he doesn't see something wrong in himself, so he tries to find the wrong with the next person. You kicked me. I think you are the bad guy. So anyway, we have to gradually give up the idea, wrong idea, and take up the right idea. All right? Thank you, Prabhu. Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Hare Krishna. Vancha kalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhu patitanam pavane vaishnavyo.
भरौ भुवि भुव भारा तारक वन्दे रूप सनातन.
The following is a class on the Bhagavad Gita as it is, 10th chapter, text number 2 and 3, given by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, recorded in January 1967 in New York.
Name Vidushragana Prabhavang Namaharsaya Ahamadidhi Devanang Maharsinancha Sarvasa. So Lord Krishna says that nobody knows him. Aham Adidhi Devana. What
Hare Krishna, everybody. Hare Krishna. Can you hear me? So we'll start with a few prayers by Her Grace Gauramani Mataji, some kirtan as the rest of the students arrive and the rest of the parents arrive. Gauramani Mataji, would you like to start here with some kirtan? Priyatama, can you play mridanga? Hare Hare Krishna. Are all of you excited to be graduating? Congratulations. I'm going to ask all of you to sing with me because we're celebrating, right? Nama Om Vishnu Padaya. Everybody? Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pastyatya Dishatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda loudly Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Your hands in the air. Hare Krishna, bolo. Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. All together, everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. A little louder. Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Let's do that one more time, everybody together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Let's do that again, all together loudly. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, with your hearts together. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, bolo bolo. Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Let's do that again one more time, everybody. Hare Krishna, bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. A little louder all together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo, bolo, bolo. Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. See everybody's hands in the air. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody. A little louder with your hearts. We do that one more time. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare. A little louder one more time. With your hands in the air. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Bolo, bolo, bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chandji Radhe Radhe. Jaya Radha Kala Chandji Radhe Radhe. Oh Jaya Radha Kala Chandji Radhe Radhe. Jaya Radha Kala Chandji Radhe Radhe. Jaya Jagannath Swami, Jaya Jagannath. Jaya Jagannath Swami, Jaya Jagannath. Oh Jaya Baladeva Swami, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Baladev Swami, Jaya Subhadra. Oh Jaya Jagannath Swami, Jaya Jagannath. Jaya Baladev Swami, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Haribo, Nitai Gaur Premanande. Srila Prabhupada ki, Shri Radha Kalachand ji ki, Shri Jagannath Baladeva Subhadra Mai ki, Shri Gaur Nitai ki, Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda ki. Hare Krishna. Let's try this again. Hare Krishna. Thank you all for coming to our end of school year ceremony for 2022. We're very, very pleased to have many of our parents with us, our teachers, our students, and of course our seniors sitting here. I'll introduce them one by one as they speak. We will begin with His Grace Nityananda Prabhu, who's going to give us some welcoming words. So please welcome him.
Jai Shri Giriraj Swami Maharaj ki Jai. Or Silarita Dvaja Swami Maharaj ki Jai. I'm sorry. I was listening about Giriraj today, so it's still my consciousness. Om Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuramritam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pisthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesh Shanyavadi Paschyata Deshatarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivas Adigora Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So welcome all of our wonderful parents of the wonderful children who are in our school, and there's so many friends who are here with us as well. And of course, our amazing teachers working very hard right through the year, reaching out to the parents and also teaching the children. And our esteemed guests who are sitting here with us. Personally, as I witness Shri Radha Kalachandji on the altar, Shri Jagannath Baladev Subhadra Maharani, Shri Gaur Nitai, I can't help but feel how proud they are of this event. As we know, education is such an important part of life, generally speaking, and Srila Prabhupada made it its first purpose of the 7 purposes of ISKCON. And we named that school at the time, it was called Kalachandji School. And still is Kalachandji School, because now we know it as TKG Academy. And Srila Prabhupada, he wanted this school so much that we're so very fortunate that he decided that he wanted to set it up in Dallas. And Dallas became the first school in the whole of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. And when the deities were actually brought to Dallas and Srila Prabhupada did the installation of the deities, he was asked why he brought Kalachandji to Dallas. And he spoke about the school, and he also said, because I want Radha Kalachandji to protect all of the children of the world. And when he was asked by one very nice devotee, Mataji, she asked him, and how old will these children be? And he said, I'm also a child of Krishna. And at that time, as we know, he was in his 80s. So we can see that Srila Prabhupada really, really wanted this school to manifest. And today, I feel very certain that if he was here with us today, he would be very, very proud to see what is happening. As a teacher in the school myself, and being more involved as the chairman of the board of directors as well, I do see what is happening in the school and notice what's happening. And I feel very, very happy how the school is progressing, and most particularly how the children are doing. Srila Prabhupada wanted that the children come out of this school with such great character that the world would receive them with wide open arms and say, we would like to have a relationship with you. And in the leadership class that I teach, it's obviously the older children who are coming to that class. I can see in each of those children who are in that class, each of the students in class, that they're doing extremely well, that this world will be very proud of them when they actually interact with the world in a larger way. So thank you all so very much, particularly the parents, for having faith and putting your children in the school. Srila Prabhupada wanted that. If we do what Srila Prabhupada wants us to do, we will become successful anyway because it's the deities who will give us the success. And the deities are actually so much indebted to Srila Prabhupada because Srila Prabhupada put Krishna's name all over the world. He actually established it as a household name all over the world. And so the deity is feeling very, very happy that that happened. And so whenever we fulfill any of Prabhupada's desires, we become most glorious. And we can see from the faces of these children that they are most glorious. They're such shining faces. Some of them, as Gauramani Mataji was singing so nicely and doing kirtan, I noticed they were moving their heads and wincing and really, really paying attention to the holy name of the Lord, which is non-different from the Lord himself. So again, thank you all so very much, parents, for having that confidence and giving these children this opportunity. I remember once listening to a lecture by Rita Dwaja Maharaj, and he was explaining that he had a dream, and in that dream he was in his mother's womb. And he was praying in his mother's womb that, let me have a mother in this life who will teach me Krishna consciousness, who will give me the encouragement to become fully Krishna conscious. This is actually the essence of life. And these children have that opportunity. There is nobody more fortunate than these children. And again, there is nobody more fortunate than all of us who have the opportunity to serve these children. So again, thank you all so very much. TKG Academy ki jai. Shri Shri Radha Kalachandji ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. All of the parents, teachers, and students and well-wishers of TKG Academy ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol.
Thank you so much to His Grace Nityananda Prabhu, who, as he mentioned, he's, well, we'll get to it later, he's a teacher in school, but also on our school board, but also, as many of you, maybe not all of you know, he's the temple president of this community, so we're so fortunate that he's here with us today and that he's part of our school in such an active way. Next, we will have His Holiness Ritadwaja Swami, who is now is a Dallas Vasi, been with us for some time, so I'm sure you've all seen him around. He's one of our senior members of our not only local community, but of our whole society. So, and one of the most outstanding qualities of His Holiness Ritadwaja Swami is that he's so much extends himself to all of our children and our youth. And like Nityananda was talking about Srila Prabhupada saying that he himself is a child. He said, I'm a child also at age 80. So the definition of youth in our movement extends to also people who by any other measure will not be considered youth. So he's been counseling from very young age all the way to their young adult and older adults. So we're very, very fortunate that he's been such a well-wisher of our school and that he's here with us today. So please welcome His Holiness Ritadwaja Swami.
Very, very wonderful occasion. One of the challenges for TKG Academy is the faith of the adults in our greater community, having faith that TKG Academy will give their children a good education. Everybody wants their child to have a good education. So I looked it up. Education is the process of receiving or giving systematic instructions, especially at a school or a university. So to do that, we have to educate the children. So I looked up educate. And this one here, it has special importance. To give intellectual and moral and social instructions to somebody, especially a child, especially at school or university. Now, who is going to do it? It has to be an educator. And that definition is a teacher. And a teacher is one who shows or explains how to do something. I know how to do this. So, with TKG Academy, we have a very, very wonderful system of education where our children come out with great moral strength, spiritual strength, and academic strength. Last year's graduates are already in college, or some of them are already in college. I know this to be a fact because they have to, they are missing them on our walks and stuff like that. They're having classes and stuff like that. And so, for the children, as Nityananda Prabhu was saying, they have a special opportunity to be in a particular environment where it's conducive for their spiritual growth. We don't want to minimize spiritual growth. We don't want to minimize their academic education. So here at TKG Academy, I've seen over the years more and more progress, more and more involvement. Especially, I'm impressed with the teaching facility and the management. Gopi Gita, Prabhu and Nitya Kishore Prabhu is there. The president, or what do you call it, principal and vice principal of the school, and all the teachers that I see going to the school all have very good character. We learn by example. That's the best way to, that's most kids, or most children, I should say, learn by example. Whatever they see, they do. And so in this community and in the school community, we see that they're getting this type of influence. I'll just tell a little story. When I was in the 8th grade, we had a physical education teacher that also taught health and driver's education. And he did not drive according to the books, rules of the books. He actually used to sit in his car like this and drive like this, not paying attention. And one of the boys in the class, when he was reading the section on how to drive, he said, "But Mr. Roth, you don't do that." And he slammed his hand and says, "Don't do what I do, do what I say." So we don't have that problem here at TKG Academy. That the teachers are doing exactly what the children are being taught, and it's a great, great fortune for them. I know many of these children. They come over to visit me on occasion. I tease the heck out of them, and they know that. They actually are coming over just to get teased, not for any other reason. I think they like that. So I'd like to offer my best wishes for the upcoming year and the upcoming future for TKG Academy. And you know you always have my full support. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. Next, we have a special guest who came from out of town, and we're very, very pleased to have him with us. His name is Mr. David Straight. Many of our students have already met him. He's been visiting with us a few times. Many of the teachers may know as well. But those of you who don't know, he's a scholar, a writer, or an author rather, and has worked for many years in fields related with education. And most specifically, what is his heart is the heart of education, the character of the students, how they stay intrinsically and naturally motivated throughout their education, and the real essence of what education is about. He's also working with us, and Mother Gopi Gita will explain a little bit later how he's been inspiring us at the school and working with us towards our own future. So more on that later, but I'd like to hear from Mr. David Straight. Please welcome him.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm an outsider, and I'm going to use that advantage of being an outsider in a sense to admit to you that you certainly know this school better than I do. And yet, because of who I am and what I've been doing, there are things about the school that I observe that you're not able to observe. And I want to tell you about a couple of those things. So I really want to do this in two parts. I want to say a few things about my observations of TKG Academy since I first got to know you. And yes, closer to is that better? I hope you didn't miss too much of what I said. It wasn't the most important part anyway. So I want to use this time to tell you a few of my observations about TKG Academy. And then after that, I want to tell you a story. It's also an 8th grade story. If Maharaj just had an 8th grade story, I'll tell you an 8th grade story also. And I want to finish there. The first part of what I want to say is really talking to students and the teachers who were here. Those of you who are parents and friends are certainly welcome to listen in. The second part, actually the first part has probably as much for parents as anybody else, I guess. And the second part is really focused more on the students and the teachers. But everybody's welcome to listen to any of that. I worked for about 11 years as a director of an organization, a national organization that works with education and educators. And as a part of that, I had the opportunity to visit probably 50 to 70 of the finest schools. I'm talking about not universities, but from kindergarten through high school. Some of the finest schools in the United States, including in Texas. Got to visit a lot of schools in Houston and Austin and a number of schools in Dallas also. So I've had a chance to look at some of these schools. And as I got the chance to hear about, to notice, and to then spend some time looking at a website of this little school in Dallas called TKG Academy. And it really, really impressed me. And I want to tell you a little bit about the way it impressed me. Primarily, it was because there were things that were said about the school that were just so clear and so meaningful in terms of what education really should be about. Now, lots of schools say the things about themselves. If you look at any school's website, they're going to say we're a great school. This school did that also, but it said it in kind of a different kind of way. And I really wanted to visit the first chance that I got. And I was going to visit a school in Austin. And I thought, okay, I'm going to see if I can stop by and visit TKG Academy also. And since that time, this is, I think, my 4th visit here. And I got to visit lots of classes and meet a number of students and spend some time with some of you students also. And so I want to tell you students some of my observations about you. And teachers, this will apply to you also, and parents, listen in. The basic message here is, parents, if you have sent your children to TKG Academy, you're putting your children in good hands. And I say that only as an observer who's had a chance to look at schools and what they've been doing around the United States and in Canada and some in other countries also. But if you have a child in this school, from my observations, your child is in good hands. I've spent time in the lower elementary classrooms. Actually, my first introduction to them was hearing some of them come to another classroom to read some of the stories that had been written. But more of the time that I've spent has been sitting on the floor or going around to see what they're doing in mathematics especially, and having them show me what they're doing in mathematics and how they do it and how they're thinking about mathematics as they're doing it. And I have really been amazed at lower elementary kids in terms of their ability to tell me what they're doing, to notice what they're doing, and how really advanced what many of them are doing. It's just really been incredible to do that. I probably spent more time with the upper elementary students because I had, in one of my first visits here, I had this memorable opportunity to have them read stories to me. And they were short stories, beautiful stories about rainbows and about getting glasses and about what to do with doggos and those beautiful things that that they had chosen as their topics. But what really impressed me most about them was the way they presented themselves. I told them this at the time, I told their teacher that at the time, I told your school's wonderful principal and vice principal that at the time, and I'll tell you all one more time anyway. I've been in lots of classrooms. I've been in freshman high school classrooms where freshman high schoolers were reading their stories to me or doing some kind of presentation, or maybe I was just watching, but they were doing presentations. I have never seen a class of freshman high school students read as articulately, as professionally, as clearly, and as attentively to the audience as I have at TKG Academy. I have since that time had a chance to read their more advanced writings from later in the year, and just had a chance to read their most recent 6-page papers, which were also on this amazing number of themes that ran every place from rainbows to sea creatures to things that are much more personal and so forth. But you kids have made an amazing amount of progress, and it's been so fun for me as an outsider, because I'm not there every day. I don't get to see those things, but I get to drop in and see something and get a mark, and then I drop in a few months later and see, wow, look at how much progress they've made, and then look at the end of the year and see how much progress you've made also. You really have done an amazing job of growing, of getting better at your writing, and all of those things. It has really been just heartwarming to observe all that. So one of the two most amazing things I've observed about this school has been what I just mentioned about this ability that you have somehow developed with your teachers to present yourselves in a way that was attentive to what you were doing, but also attentive to your audience. Very mature, very good. The other really amazing thing that I have taken away in my visits here has been my shorter but occasional opportunities to visit some of the the older students, the high schoolers and the middle schoolers here. I've really seen them mostly in science and in some of their other observations anyway. But I have taken away, especially from my last visit here, when I had the opportunity to really talk with students about what they were doing, see the depth of their thinking, to see that they have a teacher who doesn't hand them a bunch of answers but pushes them to find some answers by yourself, think for yourself, think through this, use your reasoning. I'm not going to give you the answer. I'm here to help you. And for me to have a chance to observe that with students, it's just been amazing in terms of a really astounding opportunity to see the depth of thinking that kids have developed in their time at this school. So I want you to know about that, about your school. As I said earlier, parents, if you have your children here, from my observations as an outsider, they are in very good hands. So let me close then with a story. It's a story I love. I heard it a number of years ago, but I've told it a few times, but I love this story, and it's a little frustrating at times, but let me tell you the story anyway. This story about a man whose name is Mr. Pratt. Now, unfortunately, I never knew Mr. Pratt. I did know Mr. Pratt's sister, and Mr. Pratt's sister is the one who told me the story. And she's a wonderful educator herself. But Mr. Pratt was teaching in one of those little schools, a little bit bigger than this one, but one of those little schools where there was one class of first graders and one class of second graders and one class of third graders and one class of fourth graders, all the way up to 8th grade. Mr. Pratt was the 7th grade teacher in his school. There was a boy in the school, his name was Jim. Jim had been there in 2nd grade and 3rd grade and 4th grade, and Jim was not a very well-liked boy. He was not a very nice boy. Jim had use of lots and lots of foul language, of cheating at games, of being mean to others, of starting fights, of not getting along with teachers very well. And as a matter of fact, many people at the school didn't like Jim very much. He's in the 5th grade now. He's coming up into 6th grade, and his 6th grade teacher knows who's going to be in his class next year because That's the 5th grade, right? Now, Mr. Pratt is smart. He's a 7th grade teacher. So he says, I'm not going to put up with this. I'm going to fix this kid, but I'm not going to wait till he's in my class. I'm going to start fixing him while he's in the 6th grade. So I'm going to start warming him up. So Mr. Pratt would go out into the playground and he would do things like say, hey, Jim, how you doing? And Jim would kind of scowl at him and, say something or not say anything, whatever. Mr. Pratt never got much good response from him. He was mean. He cheated at marbles. He cheated at other games. He started fights. Mr. Pratt kept finding good things to try to say about Jim, and he did everything he could to warm Jim up for a good 7th grade year. He didn't see any progress in 6th grade, but 7th grade came up and Mr. Pratt was ready for him. Guess how Jim came into the 7th grade? He came in mean, bad language, cheating, starting fights. He was no fun at all. There were days that Mr. Pratt just said, well, first of all, after thinking to himself, time to give up, I can't put up with this anymore. But instead he said, hey, Jim, I really believe in you. I think we're going to have a good year together. Things are going to go well. And Jim said, yeah, why? Mr. Pratt tried his heart out during 7th grade year. The last day of 7th grade came. Jim was as mean, as bad-mouthed, as unfair as he had been on day 1. Mr. Pratt had failed. Summer took place. Jim came into 8th grade. Guess what? Nothing changed. Jim, during 8th grade, was mean. He was cruel to others. Mr. Pratt had done what he best could, even in 8th grade, tried to be nice to Jim. And at the end of 8th grade year, Jim graduated from the 8th grade. He left. He was gone. And people in the school were happy. How do you like that as a story? I'll tell you what I like. I'll tell you what I like about the story is that we just don't always get the chance to know how a story ends. And I have thought so many times about Mr. Pratt and what was he feeling like then in those years after he had had this horrible experience with this child. A mean kid who didn't seem to like himself, certainly didn't seem to like others, didn't put up with anything, didn't cooperate. Mr. Pratt had tried his heart out, and I have always wondered, I wonder what went through Mr. Pratt's mind. And I've also wondered, what about Jim? What kind of life did he have? What kind of thoughts did he have about all that experience? So Mr. Pratt stayed in the school for a number of years. It was about 10 years later, I think. The only other thing that I know about him from his sister is that he was sitting at his desk one day after school, and this man and woman came to the door, and they're holding a little baby, and there was a knock outside the door. He was sitting at his desk, and as he looked up to see this man and woman, the man said, do you mind if we come in? And he certainly invited them in, and the man said, you remember me? I'm Jim. And of course, Mr. Pratt did remember Jim. You can think why he might remember him. And Jim said, this is my wife and this is our little baby. And I just wanted to tell you that I just finished college. And I wouldn't have made it through college if it wasn't for you, Mr. Pratt. Now, Mr. Pratt would have never known this, of course, unless Jim came to do that. Jim said to him, when I was in school, I wasn't a very nice kid. I was kind of mean. People didn't like me. I started fights and I had bad language and stuff, and I didn't really like myself very much either. But when I was in college, it was so hard. And I just wanted to give up at times, and I kept saying to myself, Mr. Pratt never gave up on me, so how can I give up on myself? So it's because of you, Mr. Pratt, that I finished college. So now you know why I love the story even more than when I stopped the first time. What I love about this story is it's a message, a couple messages actually, but for kids and for some of us adults also, there are people that have done things for us in our lives that have really made a difference, and sometimes they don't know that they made a difference in our lives. And what a powerful, powerful message for Jim to have the guts in many ways to come back and to tell Mr. Pratt that he made a difference, because Mr. Pratt might have never known. And I'm certain, even though I didn't know Mr. Pratt, that this made a whole lot of it was very meaningful to him. It made a lot, I mean, it made a lot of sense, but it was meaningful to him to have him hear that. So if you're a kid and there's somebody in your life who's made a difference, think about letting them know at some point. If you're an adult and there's someone in your life that's made a difference, it's okay to let them know that too. What I like about the message for teachers is that we don't always know about the seeds that we plant. We don't know how they're going to be accepted. Sometimes we think we're successful, sometimes we don't. The best thing we can do is we can do our devotional service with our hearts and minds in the right place, do the best we can. We're not attached to the results, ideally. And sometimes those happy results get a chance to come back and share themselves with us. Thank you for the opportunity to let me tell you this.
Thank you so much to Mr. David Straight, who you could hear that he's also Bhakta David Straight, speaking words pretty much word from the Bhagavad Gita he has been studying. So we're so very happy to have you here today, and thank you so much for those beautiful stories and lessons, and reassuring us that, yeah, your confidence in us is very reassuring and encouraging. So thank you so much. And last but not least, here we have Her Grace Gauramani. From our perspective, from Dallas' perspective, she's Mother Gopi Gita's sister. Sometimes, when people see Mother Gopi Gita, oh, you're a Gauramani's sister, but here she's Gopi Gita's sister. So you've already heard her beautiful chanting earlier today. I failed to acknowledge and thank her for that. So thank you so much for coming and chanting with us today and throughout this week. And we'll have a few words from her. She's also is not an outsider by any means, but also coming in from another country, from another place, and we'll have her own perspective on education in our school. So please welcome Her Grace Gauramani Devi.
Thank you. And I wanted to start and I won't take too much of your time, but I am simply amazed at how many beautiful shining stars TKG Academy has. So I want you all to give yourselves a round of applause. And I still remember years ago, I'd like to say over 10 years ago, when I first visited TKG Academy, and I think there were a very few amount of students that I can remember. And I remember hearing about the challenges and the struggles and the establishment of moving forward. And I remember some of those students, I remember Gopi Krishna, and some of the alumni are in the audience. And I can't believe that your children are now in this school, and all the hard work that our leaders and our teachers and the entire Gurukul, the entire academy has put together is just simply marvelous to see. So another round of applause for the teachers. And I just remembered that I also went to a school like yours. I also started Gurukul when I was 1.5 years old. And looking at all of your shining faces reminds me of a song that all of you must know. And that song is, I'm a little Vaishnav. Come and play with me when you come to my house. This is what you'll see. So I want to know, since all of you are so precious and so sweet, and during the kirtan, some of you were really singing with your hearts, your eyes were closed, and you were feeling that love for Krishna. So I have a question for you, oh my dear little Vaishnava friends. The first question I'm going to ask you is, can I be your friend? Yes. And my second question is, one day, can I grow up to be like you? And my third question is, my dear little Vaishnavas, who knows what a Vaishnava is? Yes. Say what it is if you know. A devotee of Krishna. Last night, so many of you, I got to see you, and you were smarter than the rest of the adults in the room. How did that happen? Well, let's say you are so lucky to be going to one of the best schools that I have ever seen, TKG Academy. So feeling very, very grateful, I'm going to end with my last question, and it's going to be part of the song. I'm a little Vaishnav, come and play with me. If you're a little Vaishnav, raise your hand. When you come to my house, this is what you'll see. Can I come to your house and learn everything that you've learned? So keep on shining as Krishna's twinkling little star, because you're a very special twinkling star. And how we wonder what you are, because actually you have come from up above so high, Krishna's beautiful sky. So my dear twinkling stars, stay strong, keep smiling, love your little buddies around you, study hard, and grow to be just as amazing as the rest of the alumni that I've been seeing growing here and sharing your love for Krishna everywhere. Imagine what would happen if all of you grew up to be so bright and all of Dallas began to shine. Imagine if all of you went outside of Dallas and went to the rest of America and shared what you learned here. Imagine what would happen if you shared the knowledge that you've learned here with the world. We would live in a most amazing place. And that is the beauty of TKG Academy. So once again, huge round of applause for all of the parents, the students, the teachers, our leaders here. I'll be coming to your house soon. Love you all. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much to Her Grace Gauramani Devi. Thank you. We also have in attendance her dear husband, Paramprabhu. So thank you for joining us, and her family members. And thank you again for all of our families and friends. I see some of our donors here. Thank you for joining us today. So I will tell you what's the next part of the program for those of you who are young and maybe getting a little antsy there. So we will briefly introduce all of our teachers. We do have quite a few. We will do that as quickly as we can, and then we move on into giving quality certificates to each of our students, and I'll explain about that more later. And then we will end up with a few words from some of our students and a few words from Her Grace Gopi Gita Devi, and then we will hoping to do all of that within the next hour. So please bear with us. If you're very young and you get a little restless, you can ask the teacher that's next to you and maybe go in the back and stretch a little bit and come back, okay? But do ask the teachers, don't all wander back and forth. Devi, Radha, I need those packets in the... All right, so I don't know in what order I'm going, so bear with me, just listing it. So first, I will start with His Grace Nityananda Prabhu because his time is short with us today. And I just wanted to sincerely thank him because, as I said earlier, not only that he's the head of our community and of our board, school board, he also took the time for several years now, and again this year, teaching our upper school or our middle school and high school students a class by the name Leadership. And what better way is there to learn from someone who is leading by example. So I wanted to thank you very much, Nityananda Prabhu. This was a weekly class the whole year. So yes, please, a big round of applause. And if you can please come forward, we have a gift, a small token, a very small gift for you so that you can, everybody, if you want to show it, it says TKG Academy, and so you cannot forget us if you ever try. Thank you so much, Nityananda Prabhu. And Nityananda, please excuse Nityananda Prabhu, he has an important thing, so whenever you do need to leave, we thank you for joining us this morning. We also have his wife, Her Grace Manjuali Devi. I don't think she's with us here today, but she is the teacher for the culinary arts, again for the older students. On half a year, they were doing cooking classes with her, and there's hardly anyone better you can learn cooking from, not only because she's one of the best cooks that I know, but she also knows how to teach cooking, expertly explaining how things go together. I happened to be there one of the times watching the kids rolling chapatis or puris it was. And there's an art to it. I hear her saying, there's a science to this. And she's showing them how to use the rolling pin and how to turn the puri so that it gets all even, so it puffed up properly, so it cooks properly. So it's, such a valuable lesson for life. So I wanted to thank Mother Manjuali for her cooking classes for our older students. Please give her a round of applause. Here with us today is His Grace Shalagram Prabhu, one of the senior members of our community here, and a very, very, very dedicated gardener. For, I think, 15 years now or something, he's been maintaining across the street here the Kalachandji's community garden, despite insurmountable obstacles and like practically single-handedly maintaining a whole garden there for the benefit of our community, trying to encourage other gardeners to take place. So over several years now, I can't remember how many, he's been giving gardening classes on a weekly basis to all of our students, actually except for the early childhood who have their own separate garden that I'll mention in a bit. From first grade all the way through high school, they have gardening classes. And it's not just go and throw some seeds and go and collect your flowers. It's a very methodical, scientific learning of how to garden, when to garden what, how to manage your space. They all have certain space and they have to fill it up. They actually get graded on this. How well they fill up the plot, how they manage, there's a schedule of what to plant when so that you can harvest it in time and what grows in which season. It's just so much detail that actually children walk out of there. I remember Mother Gopi Gita mentioned in the past, when Nitai graduated from the gardening class, he went home and started his own garden there. So they actually learn how to grow their own food, and like I mentioned earlier, how to cook it as well. So Shalagram Prabhu, if you can please come and accept a small gift from us. Thank you so much. I'm kind of starting with the extracurricular teachers, if you haven't noticed. So Mother Arjeshwari, is she here with us today? Is one, come please, in the back, hiding as usual. She's one of our several art teachers. Arjeshwari is doing it. Sorry. I wanted to also mention that actually many of those teachers actually volunteer their times. Can you believe that? They volunteer their time to teach. They don't actually get anything out of it other than the pleasure of giving their skills to our students. So Mother Ajeshri is one of those who just comes out of the kindness of her heart, shared her passion for art this year with our upper elementary class. So thank you so much for sharing your love for art with us. Next we have Mother Shabi. She is our yoga teacher, and this year, and for a few years now, she's been teaching also all the kids from first grade all the way up to high school. And that's a challenge. If you've seen these kids here, imagine them in yoga class when they're supposed to stay on their mat and all of that. So it's an unbelievable challenge, but they're really learning. It's not just like, oh, go through the motion and poses, and it's not just for like, oh, let's have fun. It's a very serious class that actually teaches them how to practice self-control, how to be disciplined, and also kind of balance all the errors and things in their body. So it's a very, very valuable meditational, mindful class. So thank you so much to Mother Shabi. Please also accept a gift from us. Next is Nishinga Prabhu, who I don't see in the audience right now, but he's one of our PE teachers for the older students, for the middle school and high school students, and for many, many years have been very steadily coming and really inspiring the children to work hard to keep themselves fit. He teaches that by example. If you've seen him, you can tell. So we're really, really grateful for Nishinga Prabhu for maintaining the older students' PE class, and we'll give him his gift later, but you can give him a big round of applause. Next, I'm calling on Mother Savitri, who has been with us for many, many years, I think at least 15 or so, with the school, on and off in different capacities. And that's one of the amazing things about Mother Savitri is that she can be in different capacities. Even just this year, she has taught social studies, language arts, PE, art, and I might be missing a few things. So she's just such a talented person herself and shares those talents so happily with the students. She's extremely reliable, steady, inspiring, kind, so many things I can say about her. And all of that pours right from her heart into our students. So thank you so much for continuing to be with us, and for many years to come. Been a long time around, but new to us is Her Grace Birmala Devi. She, by Krishna's arrangement and Srila Prabhupada's arrangement, came to Dallas this year, or not quite Dallas, she's a little far away, but she drives about an hour each way, 3 times a week, to inspire our students, our upper elementary students, with their language arts. What you've heard from David earlier about the students writing, were students learning writing in her class this year. So in just 1 year, coming 3 days a week, she managed to make such an impact in their writing that when Mr. David came, he could see the difference throughout the year in the students' progression and the quality and level of their writing. She's extremely dedicated, and not only that she teaches writing, I think the upper elementary students will confirm that she also stole their hearts. Like, the relationship that they have with her are so deep and meaningful. They actually confide with her and pour, very personal challenges and things with her. Would you all nod for agreement, upper elementary? She's a favorite. So thank you so, so much, Birmala Devi, and we hope to keep you in the future. Also, not new anywhere around here, but new kind of back with us this year was His Grace Rupa Nuga Prabhu, who's not here today because he's not feeling well. He did ask me to send his well wishes and so many things for the students. He came back this year to teach the middle school class language arts in the afternoons. And Rupa Nuga Prabhu brings with him a very special flavor of that very naturally inspires the students to feel awe and respect in the best sense of the word. Something that our students don't get as often with other teachers that they're feeling more familiar with. Rupa Nuga Prabhu commends that and earns that and brings out a lot from our students. It's not just their writing or the very, very detailed grammar instruction that he gave them this year, and so many things they've been reading from the Mahabharata and from other spiritual stories, but really what he shared with them is character, manners, so many things that are almost lost in today's society, in today's school. So that was such a great fortune, and we're so, so grateful that we've had Rupan also. And I just noted the other day, he did not miss one day of school the whole year. That's how steady he was. He's 75 years old or so, but did not miss one day of school the whole school year. He just fell sick today when school is over. So he's been holding on all the way till today, and he's just missing today, but please give him a big round of applause. I'm going to keep Gopi for last. Mother Sita also wears so many hats this year. So she's mostly known for teaching the science for the upper elementary and middle school students in classes. She's also been their homeroom teacher, which means she takes care of so many things outside of the class, including all the reports that been submitted, organizing, coordinating things. And this year she also took, well, before I go there, she's one of the favorites, because what David Strait mentioned earlier also about a teacher who doesn't just hand out the answers and just looks for shortcuts and just tries to jump to the end of the process just to save time and make things easier for herself. She is one of the most amazing teachers when it comes to really holding back and really allowing the students to go for as long as needed, as deep as needed, to really discover, to really think, to really go through the process of science. It's not just about, okay, here's the formula and here's how it works. It's about thinking, asking the right questions, and going through the process step by step for as long as it takes till you really discover science. So that's what Mr. Strait observed, and that's one of her most outstanding qualities that she brings to our school. Thank you so much for that. That's very unique. And this year, I just wanted to add, she also helped with the early childhood class with nature study and PE. And again, even there, with young children, she did not try to control every move of, in every direction. She would really allow them to also explore. And, when I go in our backyard, I'm like, what is here to explore? There's a few trees, there's a little, grass, but it's amazing the kind of things that they discover back there. Some of you who received pictures from us know there's like endless things that they discover. Every week they go back there and discover new things. They observe the changes in nature. They have started a little, well, there was a plot or a garden that started there before by Mother Kalindi, and Sita rekindled that, or whatever the word is, for the garden in the back. So that was our kindergarten for our early childhood. And we didn't get to grow a lot of things there, but we did find a lot of things living in there. It was a very active habitat. So that was really exciting, and thank you so much for helping with the early childhood class. So a big round of applause again to Mother Sita. Mother Ishwari Kumari, Devi, is she here with us? Left? Okay, she has a young child, so she's a little confounded. But she's a new addition to our school, a math teacher for the upper elementary and middle school classes and high school. And I know from personal experience, from my child being in her class, that she inspired the students with confidence in math. Math is this subject that you're either really good at, and you think I'm really good, or you think, I don't know about math, I'm not good at it. And there was none of that in her class. It was, math is easy, you can do it, I believe in you, let's figure it out. And so much confidence was built, so much this idea of like, I can do this, I can figure this out. And with her support, the children really felt like they understood math, they know the concepts, and felt a lot of confidence. So that's something that I think is very special, because it's not easy to do that with students who already come. This is when they enter 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and high school grades. And to instill that confidence at that point, after some kids already think that I'm not so good at math, is a very, very meaningful contribution. So thank you to Mother Ishwari Kumar, who's not here with us today, but please give her a round of applause. I have a few more. All right, Mother Yashoda has joined our community last year and joined our school this year as an assistant at the lower elementary class. She has shown great dedication. She walked in with very little prior experience when it comes to teaching, especially at TKG Academy, which is special. And she, over the year, had to learn so many things and was very dedicated to that, to the learning, to being instructed, to being directed, to everyday learning and getting better and better and better at how to handle our children. And starting with very little confidence in herself in managing a class, she ended up the school year with the ability to practically independently and smoothly guide the students and direct them in their learning. So that was such a beautiful, how we see the children though, we see them grow, we see them changing. Very rarely we see an adult going through such an amazing transformation in just 1 year and really revealing some wonderful qualities as a teacher. So thank you so much to Mother Yashoda. Next, we have Mother Alwani, who is also not here with us today because she's not feeling well, but she was the assistant at the early childhood class. And she also came, like I explained, like Mother Yashoda, new to us, new to the school, but also very, very quickly endeared herself to many of our students. We have students here who, if she misses a day, they're like, "Where's Mother Alwani?" Some of them can't even speak fully, but they always ask, "Where's Alwani?" She is an exceptional artist, and that, as you know, young children love to color and draw, and many of the parents in my class received pictures at home that you can tell that Mother Alwani had something to do with that. They would ask her, "Can you draw this for me? Can you make that?" And she would just so happily engage and really, really endeared herself to them. She was, I'm not so much the crafty, artsy person, but she insisted every Friday, because I said it's going to be on a schedule, she insisted we're not going to miss craft day. So she said, "What are we doing for craft? What are we doing for craft?" And she would gather it, and she would do it to make sure that the kids don't miss on that, because it's also one of their favorites. So I wanted to thank Mother Alwani, and please give her a big round of applause. Mother Aradhya Kishori, is she here with us today? She was a parent in our school some years back, and then returned on and off as a substitute. And this year, she committed more of her time and became one of the assistants at a lower elementary class on a needed basis. And she has been working with a Montessori school nearby and brought all of that calmness, experience, stability. She's very good at. She's a very methodical person, and when you give her an instruction, when you guide her to do a specific thing, you can count on her. You can turn your back and walk away and know that she will do exactly as she was told. And that helped with so much stability and comfort for us as the lead teachers to know that we can leave our students under her instruction and know that she will deliver exactly what was needed for those students at the time that was needed. So we were so happy to have her join our staff later this school year, and wanted to give her a big round of applause. Mother Devi Radha, also new to our school this year, was manning the office this year and took so much responsibility in getting so many things, especially for me this year when I was not as much in the office. I heavily relied on her to be there to get so many things done. Those of you who visited the STEAM Expo this year, raise your hand. Keep your hand up if that was an exceptional STEAM Expo. That was the work of Mother Devi Radha and Mother Sita, who put so much time and effort into putting things up there, following up with the teachers and the students to get all of their work displayed there. She herself is an artist and also taught the art class to the lower elementary this year. Came up with some outstanding projects. You got to see some of those during the STEAM Expo. And just bring so much light and fun and organization into our school. Those of you who've seen our shed in previous years, if you came for cleanup, you know what it used to look like. Walking there right now, and that's so in the beginning of the school year, it's always cool because we spend the summer cleaning it. By the end of the school, usually you can't even put a foot in there because we all just keep bringing everything out there. If you go to the shed this year, you can actually walk all the way to the back, which is a really unusual experience. So hopefully we get better and better in that area. So please give another very big round of applause for Mother Devi Radha. And I kept for last, so she's the first, her Grace Mother Gopi Gita Devi. She is, big round of applause. Literally, this school will not run without Mother Gopi Gita. She is the lower elementary teacher. She's been doing that for many, many years. It's in her blood. She knows how to enchant those little children. And really, all of the kids in our school just fall in love with her. And when Mother Gopi Gita says something, it's Mother Gopi Gita said something. Like, it doesn't matter, like, I will tell my child something said, but Mother Gopi Gita said, and just whatever Mother Gopi Gita said, that's the final word. So they have so much love and respect from her. They usually start with her all the way from young, and she stay connected with them through the scripture study and things like that, all the way through their graduation. This year they did a very thorough Bhakti Shastri study, because really, really what she likes doing and really what she's in the school for is for the devotional studies, for teaching them Bhakti, for making them fall really in love with Srila Prabhupada, with Krishna, and to carry that. She's had that experience since childhood, like Gauramani mentioned earlier. Since childhood, Gauramani since age 1.5. I can't even imagine. And Gopi also, since a very, very young age, this is what is in their blood, this is what is in their heart, and that is what she brings and pours into our school every single day, into the hearts of our children, inspiring them in their chanting, inspiring in them deeply understanding and loving devotional service. And of course, also on the administrative side, we're like, I would say, two peas in a pod, because we really do everything together. There's hardly any aspect of the school that we don't run by each other, that we don't argue about, and really negotiate everything to make sure that at the end of the day, that we can offer our children, our families, the best that we have. So she extends herself into every area. Those of you who've seen the play, she puts together every year some amazing new plays, so creative, so innovative. She works on the marketing. Her passion every day, all day, is how to make the school better, how to bring it to the next level. What else can we do? How else we can attract more and more children to come to take part in this very, very special education that's very rarely available. So a huge round of applause to Mother Gopi Gita, please. And now we will introduce our children one by one. It's 10:30, so we're going to go through that.
Of course, we have Mother Nitya Kishore here, who this year has become one of the teachers. And we'll just do a quick round of applause for her. Mother Nitya Kishore has extremely expertly, as you can see with her sari, not even a single piece out of place, juggled, running an entire school and managing the most delicate, the most beautiful of our classes, 15 brand new children this year. Can I have the early childhood students? So I'm talking to Ava and Jaishnav and Vaman. Can you guys hear me? Vaman, can you hear me? Yeah? If you can hear me, touch your nose real quick. So we're going to talk about your teacher real fast, and I'd like you to sit completely straight like little yogis. Can you do that? You've been doing amazing, sitting so well. And Mother Nitya Kishore has managed the youngest group, who I have been teaching for 25 years in the classrooms. And the way Mother Nitya Kishore has managed these kids, like heartfelt, like she literally lives and breathes our principles. There's no extrinsic rewards. It's all intrinsic motivation. It's just love and care. She will stay firm. If it takes 45 minutes for the child to understand her expectations, she doesn't get angry. She doesn't yell. It's been the most amazing thing to watch her. Every year it's amazing to watch her. This year has been just next level. So please, another round of applause for Mother Nitya Kishore. And I did want to talk to the kids real quick, early childhood class. So Vaman, Jaishnav, can you raise your hand? Ava, can you raise your hand real quick? Sophia, can you hear me? Who else? Oscar, Omar, can you hear me? So if you guys can sit up, because now is your moment. You're going to be getting certificates. Do you all know what a certificate is? It's a piece of paper that's going to tell you that you worked really, really hard this year, and you get to start another new school year. You're ending this year, and that's what Mother Nitya Kishore is going to be doing. So when you get that certificate, you're going to Nayananvita, you're going to walk up to this side, you're going to take your certificate, and then you're going to come and sit back down, okay? And let's, Mother Yashoda and Mother Devyada, can you sit up here so the kids know to walk and come right back to you? And then lower elementary, it'll be your turn, then upper elementary, and then the middle school and high school students. So Mother Nitya Kishore's class, when you get your certificate, make a pose, because you see the parents here, they all want to take pictures of you, okay? It's a really important day for you, all right? You've been doing amazing sitting through these speeches. I'm so impressed.
All right, thank you so much. And I just wanted to say that we had some amazing parents this year as well. Before I forget, Teachers Appreciation this year was off the charts. And just in general, we continuously get showered with gifts and appreciation. So really, really wanted to thank all the parents for so much dedication and commitment and encouragement this year. So please give yourselves a huge round of applause. And as Mother Gopi Gita said, this year I had the amazingly great pleasure of teaching the early childhood class. I always think of myself more as a older kids teacher, but these children taught me so much. They somehow or other found some patience and something in me that came out, tested it too, and on a daily basis. But it was such an exceptionally amazing experience. Each and every one of them, I could speak for an hour. Very amazing personalities. You think, oh, they're 3-year-old, they're 4-year-old. Amazing personalities, strong ones too. So I'll only highlight very, very quickly one. So what we're doing today is highlighting one outstanding qualities out of many, many qualities. One outstanding quality that we wanted to highlight today for each of our students, from the youngest to the oldest. This is a tradition in TKG Academy. Instead of giving certificates about your scores, your test scores, and how well you did on a test and things like that, we want to highlight what qualities, good qualities you displayed in school this year. So I may not have them in perfect order from youngest to oldest, but I tried. I just messed it up. So first I'm going to call on Ava. This is my little Ava. And as you see, she always jumps around and laughs and smiles. And the quality that we chose to highlight today is that she's adoring. Ava walks into the classroom and hugs everybody and tickles everybody and kisses everybody. And she's just so full of love. And when we asked the other day what is their favorite part of this school year, she said, my friends, playing with my friends. She's just so full of love. And I love that so much about you, Ava. This is what we chose to highlight today. Give a round of applause to Ava. Next is Nayananvita. Please come, Nayananvita. Today, I'm appreciating Nayananvita for her determination. This very young girl, she's still 3 years old. Ava also is still 3 years old. When Nayananvita walked into my classroom, she wasn't ready to walk into my classroom. She was holding to mommy's sari and skirt and would not come in because they just moved from New Jersey. She didn't know me or anyone else. She's been through 2 years of COVID and isolation, never been in school. She only knew her brother. Today, Nayananvita runs to school. She also did not know English. She knew very few words. Right now, she speaks in full sentences that you would be shocked of how well she converses. After letting go of mommy, she was ready letting go of my she was holding on to Jaishnav, and all day, where's Jaishnav, where's Jaishnav? She was so new to all of this, and surrounded with 15 kids that she doesn't know. The other day, she wrote a card, written card, to some of her friends in our class for how much she appreciated playing with them. Anyway, I can go on and on. She's just so determined to learn, to push herself, to try new things. So much courage you've shown this year, Nayananvita, and I'm so proud of you for that. Please give her a round of applause. This is for you. Next, Krishna, my little Krishna Das, is not here today. He's not feeling well, unfortunately, but he's the life of the party. I appreciate Krishna for being athletic. This child can kick a ball. It takes some skill to do that. When you hold a ball and then throw it in the air and kick it, it takes some coordination. He just turned 4 recently, and he can do that every single time without missing. Instead of walking through the classroom, he runs and jumps, and he's just so full of life and so full of energy. Krishna also did not speak much when he came in, but if you hear him now, it's like he knows everybody's names, his full sentences of something that he tries, and he tries so hard. He's made so much progress this year. So I wanted to give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Next, I'm calling on Vaman. Vaman also recently, well, a few months ago, turned 4. Vaman Adev is known for being small but so big. This is Vaman. Whoever gave him his name, it's like the perfect name for him. Vaman turned 4, but he is so energetic that some of the children who are 2 years older than him will not do something without saying, what does what does Vaman want to do? What does Vaman say? What would he do? Vaman told me to do this. So this little boy is being appreciated today for being imaginative, because he has so many ideas of what to do and how to do it, very creative, and the stories that he comes up with. I have to confirm with his mother every other day. Where is his mom? Like, he'll come to school and say, oh, da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, really? And I quickly send his mom. She's like, oh, no, this is, it's just like so many amazing stories. And he always tells me, where is mommy? Where is daddy? They're in faraway office, and they're doctors, and, so many things that go through this little big mind. So thank you, Vaman, for being so imaginative and bringing so much life to our school. This is for you. Thanks. Next, I'm calling on Anani. Anani, please come. For Anani, for the longest time, I've been teacher. Literally, that's how she calls me. But recently, I've become Mother Kishori. And Anani is full, and when I say full, I mean full of questions, of curiosity. There's not a day that goes by without her coming up with so many questions. If I start by, if we sit in a circle, before I even get to ask the question, she has her hand up, and she always comes up with some brilliant question. So for that, I highlight you, Anani, today for your curiosity, for being so curious about the world, about everything. We know how important asking questions are. So by asking so many questions, we get to learn so many new things. So I hope that you remain curious forever. I'm calling on Omar next. Omar is actually Alwani's baby, because as artistic as she is, he thrives on that like a caterpillar on a leaf. Like, he is so artistic. If you would let him, he would create the most amazing artistic combinations and with colors and things that you've ever seen in your life. He can draw and draw and draw and paint and do so many artistic things. And of course, he has so many other qualities. I've heard him read, and I've seen him write, and I've seen him do so many things. But what I highlight today is how amazingly artistic you are, Omar. And I know that you love art. So I hope that you continue to do that forever. And Oscar, his twin brother, for those of you who didn't know. This is my Oscar. And yes, he's mine. Wherever Amelia is, sorry. Oscar is exceptional. And one of the things that I discovered about Oscar this year is that he is extremely talented when it comes to numbers. He would lay down he will count with everything, but he laid down something one day and kept adding. So there was like 8 and a 9 and a 3 and a 7, and he kept adding, and all in his head. He's just turned 5 recently. And he kept adding and adding, and he got to, do you remember how far we got? I think 119 it was or something, right? By just adding individual numbers like that in his head. He can do multiplication. Like when we count in our classroom, he'll be like, can we count by 6? And he'll go on just like this. Like nobody can keep up with him, and he just counts by 6 until I stop him. He'll go above 100 with his counting. So his head is just so amazing when it comes to numbers and so many other things. But today, of all of your amazing qualities, I chose to highlight this, that you are being numerate, which means someone is really, really, really good with numbers. Next is Nadia Bihari. This young man is so patient when it comes to his work. He is in no rush whatsoever. He will sit there and most meticulously and methodically will, even if you just give a coloring paper, he doesn't just color. I remember the first project he did when he came to our class was a little frog book, or one of the first projects. And most kids will just take one green and just color the whole frog. And at that age when he was, he started when he was not even 5, there's this color, not even noticing the lines and stuff. He noticed that there were dots and spots on the frog and used different colors and shades to color each of those, and would just put so much time and effort and attention to every detail in his work. So for that today, Nadi Bihari, and also he's extremely well behaved. So for that, but for your meticulousness, I'm appreciating you today. Kanchana? Kanchana, as you can see, just on her, looking at her face, is being appreciated today for being very pleasing. She is such a kind and loving friend. She will play with anyone. She gets along with everyone. And she not only plays with anyone, but she gets absorbed in playing. Like, they get so deep in their thing. And when she talks to me, I can barely hear her. She either will not open her mouth or will whisper. But when she's with her friends, it's like a whole different person. Like they're so enthusiastic, engaging, but she's also has a very, very pleasing nature. And for that, I'm appreciating you today. Thank you so much. Raseshwari? Raseshwari is probably one of the most articulate children I've ever met. Sometimes when I talk to her, I forget that she's only 5. The words that sometimes when she describes her feelings or describes something that happened, I wonder, where did you get these words from? Like, someone is talking to her in a language that's like way above her level, but she knows not only how to use these words, but how to use them correctly, not only in terms of pronunciation, but also in the context. Like, she's actually so articulate that she blows my mind. So today, out of all of your many, many wonderful qualities, Raseshwari, I'm appreciating you for being so articulate, and I hope that you continue to express yourself very clearly for yourself and for other people's benefit. Thank you so much. Jaishnav. Here's one of our most enthusiastic and energetic boys in the whole school. And not only is he energetic and enthusiastic, but he also has actually a deep passion for learning. Jaishnav loves to learn. You can barely keep up with him. You always have, what am I, what can I do? What can I do? I want to learn this. Can I do this? Can I do what he's doing? Can I do what she's doing? It's just like a genie that came out of the lamp and just wants to learn and learn and learn, consume everything. And he is so fast and learns so much so quickly. He memorizes things in some, it's another level. So today, I'm appreciating you, Jaishnav, out of all of your many qualities for your zealousness. Sophia? Sophia is also a very, very exceptional child. I don't know when this girl learned to read, but when she walked into my class, she was 5 years old and reading full chapter books. Like, there's nothing that this girl cannot read. And I'm not just talking about cat math, and not even like, just, she's something else. But also, like Anani, she's extremely curious and inquisitive. She always wants to know about everything and understand everything, and what is this, and what is that, and what does that mean? And if I read a story and there's a word there that she's not sure how it's being used, she'll ask. She doesn't just like, oh, whatever. She'll be like, what does that mean? And what is, always, always asking. And I think when Mr. David Strait visited one time also, she had some intellectual conversation with him. So out of all of your many wonderful qualities, Sophia, today I'm appreciating you for being analytical. And Govinda, last but not least from my class, is Govinda. From the very beginning of this school year, Govinda was also new to our community, new to our school, He early on turned 6 years old, but was not only the oldest in our class, but also the child that almost everyone, or not almost everyone, without an exception, always looked up to as a friend. Govinda does not quarrel. Govinda does not fight. Govinda just is happy to be friends with everyone all the time. Children choose to be sitting next to him. They choose to play with him. They choose, like, when we played a game like throwing a ball to someone, it keeps going to Govinda. I have to tell him, let's share with everybody, but everyone wants to throw, because he shows so much kindness to everyone, so much gentleness, that I really, really appreciated your good nature. And out of many qualities that you have, I wanted to appreciate your good nature today. Thank you, Govinda. That was the end of the early childhood class, and now we'll have Mother Gopi Gita introduce the lower elementary students.
Hare Krishna, thank you. Early childhood class, key. So we're going to try and go through this quickly, because I know you're sitting for a long time, kiddos. Each and every single one of these students, and literally Mother Nijikishore and I and the teachers could stand and glorify you for ages. And of course, as is usual at this time, I'm going to get emotional. But I'm going to start off with my dear young Adi Lileshwari. We can give her a round of applause. So I start off with an alumni student's daughter. Mother Sita is a genius. She pushes us towards newer and newer ways of education, making sure that we're not creating robots who just know how to toe the line and memorize things and follow instructions, but those who are curious and full of inspiration. And today I am recognizing you, dear Adi, for being innovative. She will come into the classroom. She knows exactly how to take any sort of materials and create a completely new space with those materials, whether it be a school she's creating, a math class. Literally, she's extremely innovative, always asking questions. And thank you, Adi. It's been such a privilege to teach you today, this year. Next, I recognize my princess, Daisy, to please come up. Daisy, if you didn't know, is very shy and quiet, but she's always well-spoken, soft-spoken, and she can actually mimic the sounds and language of any person around her. She's extremely careful in what she says and who she says it to, and she will never get in any argument with anyone. And today, Daisy, you're being recognized for being dignified. Another young child, brilliant young boy, the son of another alumni student, and I recognize my scientist, Kavachi, to please come up here. Good morning, Kavachi. So Kavachi, we have so many really intelligent young boys and girls here, and you would be blown away by what they can do. Kavachi knows so many facts about everything he learns. His favorite place is the library, not with the stories, but with all the information on science and social studies and places and today. And his math ability is amazing. He can do the third grade multiplication chart on his own. And today you are being recognized for being keen. Next, another amazing innovator, Ishan, please come up here. Ishan sits and challenges the third graders in math multiplication. And when I ask what they have done for their math centers, the third graders will say, oh, we were working on our 8s and 7s with Ishan. He is only a first grader. Ishan will sit and draw and color. And you know, as a teacher, drawing and coloring, sometimes you think, what's the point of drawing and coloring? But the coloring and drawing that he's doing is creating boxes of math problems that are 3rd, 4th grade level and creating a whole image connecting all of those math boxes. And so today you are being recognized for being ingenious. Oh, and my Kshatriya, I call him my Raghu. Please come up, Raghav. And Raghav is another gem of a young boy, extremely energetic, very physical. These boys need physical space and physical time. And he's always compassionate and caring for others, so loving to others. But I am recognizing him because he can write pages and pages and pages. Over the fall break, he came in with a whole Krishna book from beginning to end, an entire book completed during his fall break. So today I'm recognizing you, my dear one, for being prolific. Oh, another amazing, amazing young boy. Let's call up my dear love of Vrindavan, Braj Prem. My God, each of these kids that you have are such incredible gems. I don't even know how to express myself. Braj, though it takes him some time to learn how to read the new concepts, the new words, the math, the kid will sit at the desk and not look up until he has mastered it 1 hour, 2 hours. This is only a 7-year-old boy, and he will be so focused and so in the zone and so ready to complete that next task, even though it is a challenge that he doesn't get up. And I'm so inspired by that. And today, Braj, you are being recognized. In addition to your many qualities, these kids have incredible Krishna conscious qualities. We're only picking one, and you're being recognized for being resolute. Another star, let's have Chaitanya Charan, please come up. Chaitanya Charan, as you can see, has grown extremely tall, and he's got such a big smile, and his smile and his eyes remind me of Panchatattva from Mayapur Dham, and he's here with us today. He is so kind, and not kind like, oh, let me be nice to somebody, but internally, we can feel his spiritual qualities shine. Even his friends can feel it. He likes fairness. He likes to mediate between his friends. And today, Chaitanya Charan, you are being recognized for the quality of being virtuous. And those were my first graders. Now I'm moving into the second graders. One young man here today, a little fireball, and let's please have Saurish Parth to join us up here. Parth? And of course now you can see they're getting older, so they're standing a little bit more away. We can't hold them and cuddle them, though we wish to because they're growing up right in front of our very eyes. Another extremely powerful, persistent young boy. Upstairs, when we have to move chairs, he won't take one chair. He'll take 3 chairs to move with him. When I give him a task, this needs to be done, he wants to do 5 and 10 pages of it. Let's stick with the first and second, then we can go to the 5 and 10. Very positively ambitious, very determined, very persistent. These young men and women will take Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's movement far and wide. I'm 100% confident of that. And this young man is being recognized for being assiduous. You can go look that up in the dictionary. Now I welcome my third graders. This is the last year they will be here with me. And I ask Vrajraj to please come up to the microphone. So I don't know if Sakhi Sundari Mataji is here. When he came into my class, he was like, I don't really want to write. My first parent-teacher conference was Mataji worried, is he going to write or how? And I said, look, we don't push. In first and second, we don't push them. We let them develop on their own. I told her, wait, please be patient. It'll come. And soon, this was in first grade, 6 weeks later, she's sending me pictures. He's in the temple room writing. He's in the store writing. I said, it comes. Let the spark arise automatically from the child. And now he writes 6-page essays. Every single task he's given, he accomplished with very little support. And he's so focused, and he's the one person that everyone goes to for help, for intellectual support, and for help. And because of this, Vrajraj, today I'm recognizing you for being studious. I request Aradhya to please come. I call Aradhya Vrindavanam Vrajeshitaniya. She's a little Vrindavan Gopi, but she's not a little Vrindavan Gopi. She's like a powerful Vrindavan Gopi. And she will always speak when asked a question, and she will speak proudly and prominently, and she's always running to help. Sometimes I have to tell her and Veda, it's okay, you can let the guys do it. You can sit and let someone else do it. You have to jump up. She's so on it. And for her studies, for her social environment, she's that person who's going to just fix the problems right then and there. And for this, I recognize her, this when Indradyumna Maharaj came, he said about Aradhya and Gaurang that he had recognized them from a previous life. He said, I know them. And I know that every single one of these children are here. They're great, powerful devotees from their previous life. And I'm so honored to be able to recognize her for being proactive. I'm going to miss these third graders. Gaurang, please come up. This is Advait, the servant Advaita Acharya, and Sri Gauranga Mahaprabhu. And because my little sister's name is Gauru, you can ask Gaurang and Gaurangi that I'm constantly calling them Gauru. And Gaurang is the eldest of an entire line of young boys. And what he does, the whole early childhood class and lower elementary class follow. And everybody wants to sit next to him. Everybody wants to hear him. If he says no, then everybody, oh, okay, no, Gaurang said no. And they'll do. But the kid, as you can see, he's so humble. He's such a powerful leader, and yet his demeanor is so humble, so peaceful, so bright, so intelligent. He will take his time in doing his work. He does take his time. He's not going to be the person first and fast, but it's always correct. And for this reason, Advait Gaurang is being recognized for being influential. Thank you, Bita. And my last, and I'm definitely going to be crying, please, Veda, come up here with the deities. And all of you kids can know you are being recognized these qualities in front of the Supreme Lord himself, so he can inspire you to always have these qualities in your heart. Now, this one wants to be away from me, but I'm not going to let her. I have taught her older sister and her older brother in my class, and this is my last chance to teach her family. And her father was in Mother Jayanti's school 30 years ago. She is third generation student, I think, if I'm saying that right. And Veda has shined and shined and worked hard and worked hard. She is so persistent. She never complains. She has struggles in her academics. She never complains. She is so persistent and so dedicated. And as the oldest of my class, anything I need, an eraser, if Mother Yashoda's busy, please, can you go find an eraser? Please, can you go get another pencil? Look, that child needs help. Come on, Veda, go help her. And Veda has become so responsible and such a fabric of my class these past 3 years that I recognize you today, Veda, for being dependable. All right, now we ask Mother Sita, the homeroom teacher for the upper elementary and middle school students, to please come.
Okay, I usually don't hold this close enough, so is this good? Okay. Orav, can you please come up? I might be able to go on forever, so I actually wrote down what I was going to say so that we can make this a little bit quicker. So our typical students come to class, they enjoy learning about a new topic, perhaps do further assigned work at home before they move on to whatever they would actually rather be doing with their free time. But when a new topic or practice gets Orav's attention, he digs into it with vigor. Orav takes time to thoroughly understand, research, discuss, and practice applying all of his newfound knowledge until he reaches a true mastery. Orav does this with his academics, with his extracurriculars, especially like chess, which I hear all about, and especially in his personal sadhana. So for this, I would like to recognize Orav for the quality of being devoted. And now Devaki. When schoolwork becomes frustrating or social interactions turn negative, most of our students might become discouraged. We often allow these negative feelings to flood our minds and stop us from continuing our normal routines and our work. But Devaki shows a level of tolerance in these tough situations that I would only expect from a much older person. Devaki is so full of joy and love for her peers that once her concerns have been addressed, she lays that moment aside and continues on with whatever's her work and her play. And for this, I would like to recognize Devaki for the quality of being resilient. Garangi. So in our classroom, we enjoy exploring so many new and exciting things throughout the day, and it can become really easy to get caught up in all of the fun, and we forget what is the actual task that we're supposed to be completing. But Garangi has this wonderful ability to maintain unswerving focus on her work. If I introduce something new, Garangi will ask clarifying questions in order to determine whatever she needs to do in order to succeed. And for this, I would like to recognize Garangi for the quality of being methodical. Soumya? As our students advance through the grades, they're expected to advance also in their responsibilities. They become more responsible to organize their study schedules, and they become more responsible for their words and interactions amongst their peers. And Soumya has met this expectation with maturity and poise. Soumya has shown that she is conscious of how the decisions she makes affects her learning, her grades, and the feelings of her peers. And for this, I would like to recognize Soumya for the quality of being conscientious. Kirti? So, schoolwork is not always fun and games. Sometimes we have to tackle tough problems, we learn complicated sets of procedures, or even just put our all into learning something that isn't really that interesting to us in the moment. But even through all of these less than enjoyable moments, I can always count on one student to do it with a smile. Kirti is so full of charm. She always says hello with a joyful greeting, possibly even a little tiny post-it note greeting card. It's as if her joy cannot be contained as it bubbles up to the surface. And for this, I would like to recognize Kirtida for being effervescent. Gandharvika? So, in our science class, we typically look at the world and we ask, why? Why do all these things happen the way they do? Why do we want to know about these things? And this is the basis of almost all of our work and our investigations. But Gandharvika thinks of the world in a little bit different way. It reminds me of a famous quote most of you will have heard. Gandharvika looks at what is not in the world, and she asks, why not? If there is a problem to solve, an injustice to correct, or any sort of outside limitation placed upon her, Gandharvika will push those boundaries. She strives to create a real positive change. Gandharvika pushes herself to a higher standard, while also raising the standard for her peers and her community. And for this, I would like to recognize Gandharvika for the quality of being ambitious. Radhe? So, this year, Radhe went from being one of the oldest in her class to being one of the youngest. And then, in fact, for much of the year, being the youngest, the only sixth grader in a room of eighth grade students. And while many people would have just tried to keep their head down, they would have allowed the older students to kind of run things, Radhe had the courage and the bravery to speak up for her own ideas. And this year, I watched as Radhe developed a level of self-confidence to rival any of the older students in our classroom discussions. And for this, I would like to recognize Radhe for the quality of being valorous. All right, so now we're gonna move on actually to our eighth grade students. All of them are leaving, right? Everyone's going on to high school. So the first person I actually would like to call would be Janardhan. So as our students enter their teen years, I strive to encourage them to engage in healthy discussions and debate or a variety of topics. And I can always count on Janardhan to bring a steady, level-headed mood to our discussions. Janardhan doesn't want to waste his time with circular logic or prevaricating. Janardhan looks directly to whichever authority will get us the information that we need the most. And it's not just because he wants to finish and go home early, even though I think he would enjoy going home early most days. It's because he wants to actually think and act in a way that upholds his high moral standards. Why would we waste time arguing about small things when there's just a true and right answer available to us most of the time? Janardhan is always going to be the first to ask, well, what does the Bhagavad Gita say? What does Srimad Bhagavatam say? Why don't we just ask Maharaj what he thinks? And for this, I would like to recognize Janardhan for the quality of being righteous. Ethan? So, as a teacher and a parent, and I'm sure many of you will relate, I often just wish that our kids would do what I say, when I say it, and exactly how I said it should be done. But then some students come along and they remind us that each of these students is actually a very special soul. They're each individuals with powerful minds, unique personalities, and their own personal thoughts and needs. Students like Ethan come in and they don't allow us to treat them as an extension of our own false ego. Ethan acts with a strength of character that refuses to let others push his needs aside. And for this, I would like to recognize Ethan with the quality of being determined. And don't run away. You were going to speak, right? So some of our 8th grade students wanted to say some words as well, since it's their last graduation here.
Is this good? Am I close enough? Okay. So, unlike Yovana or Priyatama, I haven't been here for as long as they have. I started, in my first year of middle school, second semester. But in that time, in my time in this school, it kind of made me think that this school wasn't really that much of a school and more of like a family, you know? Because it's like a whole community. You know everybody, and I know that I may argue with people sometimes, but I do really actually care about everybody here, and I know that I don't really act like it, but I do, and it's pretty sad that I'm gonna leave, but we all have our own paths and stuff. And I don't know. I don't really know what to say. I'm not really good at these kind of things, but yeah. So it's pretty sad, but yeah, I don't know. Nothing else to say.
Yovana? Maybe Gopi Gita warned us about this, and I'm like... The first step in learning something new is usually to first admit that there are things we don't know, and that there are usually people who know more than us and can help us. In the first place, most of us get to experience and practice this form of humility is inside of our classrooms. Students like Yovana have the self-confidence and the inner strength to admit when others may be more experienced than they are, and that they ought to listen to these other people for the sake of increasing their own knowledge. Yovana shows this attitude towards all of her elders, but what impresses me the most is that Yovana will also defer to her peers' experience and knowledge when it's needed. And this is truly a powerful trait. And for this, I would like to recognize Yovana for the quality of being deferential.
I have been in TKG Academy for 8 years now. I remember when I first came, I was really shy and I wouldn't really talk if I didn't need to, but everyone was still really welcoming. I've created so many wonderful relationships here and learned so many things and have many experiences I will never forget. Even if the teachers are busy and have a really busy work schedule, they will always have time for us. For example, Mother Niti Shori, being the principal of the school, always is busy and has things to do, but she will always have time for us and make sure that we are happy. How the teachers make learning so much fun is truly amazing. that we learn academics above our level in a way that doesn't feel hard at all. I remember in Mother Gopi Gita's class, when we would finish doing our math work, we'd get to do math centers. The whole class would get together and we'd do this fraction math center where we match up the fractions with the pictures of their fractions. This was an amazing way to learn how to work together. I remember memorizing Bhagavad Gita verses from 3rd grade, and I still remember them now. Dehnosmin yatade he is my favorite verse because it has a word close to my name. It gives the meaning, how Krishna is ever youthful. It reminds me that Krishna is ever youthful and makes me want to know him better. The field trips we took were always an exciting experience, from indoor skydiving to seeing historical places. We recently went to the Alamo after learning about Texas history. I thought it was absolutely amazing how they still had part of the wall that was made hundreds of years ago and how they were preserving it. It reminded me of how we're preserving Krishna consciousness in this school, an ancient tradition with thousands of years ago. How we learn academics side by side with spiritual philosophy. It is even more powerful than Texas history. Srila Prabhupada wanted us to become leaders in this society. To me, leadership is leading others in a common goal, not just helping yourself, but making sure that others get to where you're trying to get. Recently, we did this activity in Mother Gopi Gita's class where we would write our names on a piece of paper and crumple it to put it in the middle of the room. The first time, we just went in and tried to find our own name, and then we would sit down. The second time, whoever's name we'd pick up first, we would give it to them. This way, we'd be helping each other, and it went a lot faster that way. It's amazing to see how the school grew in the time I was here. So many new wonderful teachers have joined us and a new building was added. I hope the school keeps on growing. I could go on forever saying every single good memory about this school. Leaving this school, I feel like I'm leaving an old part of my life and starting a new one. It is sad, but I will never forget how lucky I was to have been part of this school. Going from here, I am excited to use what I've learned in my future. I want to spread Krishna consciousness as I get older to share the happiness with others. Everyone has been like a family to me. Thank you to my parents for putting me in this school. Thank you for the teachers for not only teaching me, but supporting me in every way. I've had the greatest time here, and I hope many other students will. Hare Krishna.
All right, Priyatama. So, one of the most unique and beautiful aspects, I think, of our school is how often we see the older and younger children playing and learning alongside each other. It's common for our youngest students to look up to their older peers, and the older students will assist and mentor them in return. But this year, I had the pleasure of watching Priyatama push this dynamic to a whole new level. Every day, I saw as Priyatama playfully engaged even the youngest students, and not with a sort of obligatory attitude, but with a spirit of genuine love. And slowly, I saw this attitude extend to some of our other big kids, and by the end of the year, I saw real caring relationships being formed between our middle school and preschool students. And I believe that Priyatama was a major driver behind this shift. So for this, I would like to recognize Priyatama for the quality of guardianship.
Today marks a decade of my studentship at TKG Academy. When you're only 13, that's a big part of your life. I have been here for 10 years, so my entire schooling. TKG Academy is truly like a second home to me. I remember my first years here as a very young boy. I was eager to be with my friends that I had made even before the school, some the same age as me and going in, and others who were much older than me, but I had visited with my mom. I was very warmly welcomed by these people. They made it such a nice experience for me, and I really enjoyed that. The school community has raised me, and my childhood is brimming with these fond memories. I especially remember the transition from first to second grade. That summer, I practiced my reading, and there was a distinct shift in my focus. That's when I finally realized that school wasn't only for playing with my friends, but a place to learn and grow as a person. I took my studies more seriously and became a committed, excited learner. Even math was enjoyable, believe it or not. Math centers helped me better understand new concepts or reinforce old ones while having fun. Being in a multi-level classroom inspired me to reach high. I remember an instance when my older book club partner, who was absent due to sickness, read 3/4 of our assigned book in one day. He then called me and asked me if I could catch up, which I enthusiastically did. Incidents such as this really encouraged me to persevere with my studies. Reading in particular has become and remains one of my favorite activities, my happy place on a daily basis. I developed a keen interest in the study of history and deeply appreciated the variety of enrichment classes I was offered over the years. STEM class piqued my interest in coding. Art class introduced me to an array of skills such as woodworking, sewing, and mosaic, to mention a few. Yoga taught me to push my limits and focus within. Our physical education teacher instilled in me the importance of staying fit. Cooking classes filled my belly. Seriously, Mother Manjwali is so expert in this art, and I might actually try and make some of the dishes that she taught us. Financial literacy was very practical. Leadership classes were taught by none other than our own community leader, His Grace Nityananda Prabhu. This is a key component. Leadership is best taught by personal example. Speaking of leadership, it is one of TKG Academy's most fundamental core principles. It is ever present in all aspects of the school, within the multi-level classrooms, as well as on the playground. From a young age, I looked up with admiration at the older students. I remember them welcoming me onto the soccer fields. They encouraged me in my studies and trained me in the items of devotional service. Now, as one of the older students in the school, I see younger children wanting to play with me and literally following me around. Guys, I'm given opportunities to share with them what I've learned and pass on our school legacy. Our legacy and one of the best things about TKG Academy is the spiritual program. A most essential principle, which is very prominent here, is service. Every Friday, we have a more elaborate spiritual program. I remember when it used to be in the small library in what is now known as Krishna House. At the time, it was our only building. There were 20 children crammed into one tiny little room. However, the kirtans were so ecstatic, everybody jumping up and down and enjoying themselves even in that tiny space. But service doesn't end here. It is in the heart of the school, in the hearts of all the teachers. It is in the care and compassion, the dedication, the selflessness. It is in the desire to please Sri Radha Kalachandji, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Gurudev, and all living entities. I have had committed teachers to learn from over the years, and I experienced their own passion to remain lifelong learners. My learning was meaningful, engaging, and satisfying, and I'm deeply grateful to all of my teachers over the years. I pray that I can bring all of the lessons I've learned here wherever I go and share them with whomever I meet. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
And now Mother Gopi Gita will come back to you.
Let's give another round of applause, please, to Priyatama, Yovana, Janardhan, Ethan, and the rest of the upper elementary class. I'm really proud of you guys. You're really sitting amazingly straight, especially our little preschoolers here. Can I have everybody have their hands up real quick and say, Hare Krishna? Hare Krishna. All right, now we will introduce our high school student. We've had a variety of high school classes at the TKG Academy, one alumni student right here, older sister, Gopi Krishna, and then even second generation high school student here, Gandiva, who was here last year and graduated with a class of 4 students. We have Padayatra here also, an alumni high school student, and this year we had the illustrious Leela. please come join us in front of Radha Kalachandji. Because of the ebb and flow of the way TKG Academy is, which we are actively trying to improve on, sometimes our students are the only one in their grades. Some of you have that experience. And Leela was the only one in the 11th grade class. She has successfully completed college credits, college classes this year, all on her own, with the support of myself and Mother Nitya Kishore and her home team. She has entered the dual credit program at the beginning of the year and finished her first year. Now, these are college classes. I'm telling you, the rigor of these classes are similar to the ones my Nitai was taking in the same Eastfield Community College. It's the same type of class, for those of you who don't know, the American system that is offered at any college in North America in the first year of college for an 18-year-old. This is a 15-year-old young girl. Let's please give her a round of applause. And we have a few teachers here that are parents who are teachers of this level of high school. She took composition. I know Mother Rachel has taught that. Leela is so gentle and so focused and rarely complains. Though it's not easy being the only student. My one child, my older child, was the only student. My younger one had a class of 4. But she has expressed and shown us such determination and such focus in completing these college classes, in addition to the full load of extracurriculars that TKG Academy offers, that today we're recognizing her as being unswerving. In addition, she manages the full Spiritual Friday program with the middle schoolers. They are required to guide and train the other students. We step back once the kids get into middle school, and we request all of you parents and all of the adults, step back. Let the kids shine, let them take over, let them thrive. And here is a young lady who has one more year with us. She will be continuing on in this program, and we're very, very excited to have you join us for the next year. So thank you so much, Leela. And I will end the program now with where are we going from here. So I'm going to ask all of my kiddos, you're in front of Radha Kalachandji. It's going to be just super quick. We have long plans and programs and dreams, but because I'm sure you're all getting tired. Raise your hand if you're feeling a little tired. Yeah, Kanchana and Sophia. Okay, so, Mother Nitya Kishore and myself and all of your teachers get very tired too at the end of the year, and that's why we request God, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, to bring in that extra effort. Today, we are going to lay out for you what our plans are for the next year and for upcoming years, specific plans and general plans. I'm just going to say general plans. If you want to know specific plans, you can come and talk to us. At the beginning of this year in January, I was sitting in the spiritual program class, the sadhana class. I got a little envelope. Was it this year? It was the beginning of last year. I got a little envelope. Who is this from? I opened up this envelope, and sure enough, the Lord has connected Mr. David Strait to send me a little card that says, I saw you on Facebook. I saw that you're connected with a small school, a bhakti school. I know Susan, my mother-in-law, from very long ago, and I want to get more connected. And the lines that stood out for me were, I have taught educators, principals, superintendents, district heads, character education, St. Mark's, Hockaday, Greenhill. These are top schools, more than 30,000, I believe, tuition are paid by they've got massive resources. And they're a little old-fashioned in their principles. What I see at TKG Academy blows my mind. And how do you really do these core principles, is what his curiosity was. You've got a long list of core principles and you're running a school. How is it really what you say it is? And that relationship with David has now blossomed and continuing, where for the Lord's pleasure, it's the first time we're really announcing it to you, my dear Radha Kalachandji. We are going to start the journey. We're kind of already working on the journey, and we're officially going to work on it this summer. The accreditation process for TKG Academy to be recognized as a Bhakti school. We don't have to change any of our principles as the charter schools do. There is an organization called ISASW, and it is the organization founded by St. Mark's. And they only have very few specific schools that they allow entrance into their membership with a long list of requirements. Luckily, we meet most of them. And we are offering to the Lord that by the next year at this time, we will have very strongly begin that accreditation process. And we thank David for this. And then, of course, we have a burgeoning upper elementary is being split into two this year, a burgeoning upper elementary and middle school group. And we have completely laid out a very strong high school program. We are hoping and working with top educators in the accreditation program and out in the world to solidify our middle school, high school program. And that is another thing that we would like to offer, that intention to have a strong middle school and high school program here at TKG Academy. Please give the Lord a round of applause because he will do it. And of course, this is a little more long-term, and it really depends on all of you parents. You have to get the word out, you have to market, you have to communicate, bring as many parents and friends here for our children. We're looking at, of course, another expansion in the future, and basically more kids, more friends, and more classrooms. Can I hear everybody say more kids, more friends, and more classrooms? And that's our future. So without further ado, if there's anything left, we will end the program. And please give all of you parents and all of you children and all of our esteemed guests a big round of applause. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much. So it's 11:30. We're actually on schedule, believe it or not. We're going to head out, hopefully with all of you. Anyone here who would like to join us, please join us. We're heading to Armstrong Park in Duncanville, Texas. It's about 20 minutes from here. To just be outside. It's getting a little hot and stuffy here. We'll be outdoors. It's a beautiful day. Might be a little muddy there, but it's beautiful, cool, no rain day. It's a beautiful day outside, so please join us in Duncanville Park. It's called Armstrong Park. You can put the directions in your GPS. We do have rides arranged for all of our students and the parents who have signed up. Mother Devi Radha has the list for that. And we'll meet in Gora House? We'll meet in Gora House for rides, so please meet us over there. Students can change at the school for more comfortable clothes, and we'll be heading out as soon as possible. Thank you.
Can I ask the children to please give your envelopes to your parents so they don't get lost? And we're heading to Armstrong Park. Can I have the kids come here real quick if you're still here to get a picture with Mother Goramani? And turn and face forward. Deepak Prabhu, can you take a picture real fast? Thank you. Ishan, come in the picture. Sophia, Kanchana, come take a picture real fast. Kavachi, come take a picture real fast. Here, Ethan and Priyatama, come here. Nayan Anvita, you can look forward. Come in the picture. Anybody who wants to come in the picture, come join. Yashoda, Devi Radha, Ishri Kumari Mataji, come in the picture. Mother Niti Kishori, if you can. Mother Savitri, Mother Shabi, please come. Shalagram Prabhu. Okay, ready and cheese. Stand here. Come, Shabi, come, Shabi. Okay, we'll see everyone at Armstrong Park. Hare Krishna. Sure. Where are you changing? How are we all changing?
दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन कान्हा रमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर गोकुल रंजन कान्हा गोपी परान धन मदन मनहर कालिय दमन विधान गोपी परान धन मदन मनहर कालिय दमन विधान दशमति नंदन ब्रजवर नागर दशमति Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gopi Pranana Dhana Iparana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhana Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Amaya Harinam Amya Vilasa Vipina Purangara Navina Nagara Mara Manki Magana Suvasa Amaya Harinam Amya Vilasa Vipina Purangara Navina Nagara Bara Banki Magana Suvasa Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Brajavara Parana Asurakanasana Nandakadhana Rakhavala Brajavara Parana Asurakanasana Nandakadhana Rakhavala Govinda Madhava Navanita Tashanam Govinda Madhava Navanita Tashanam Sundarananda Gopala Govinda Madhava Navanita Tashanam Govinda Madhava Navanita Tashanam Sundarananda Gopala Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Ranjana Ramanata Tachara Ramanata Tachara hara gopi vasana hara rasa rachika kripama Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vinodha Jasayam Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vinodha Jasayam Datsamati Nandana Rajabara Nagara Gokuda Nandana Datsamati Nandana Rajabara Nagara Gokula Nandana Gopi Paranadana Madana Manahara Kaliya Gamana Vidhanam Gopi Paranadana Madana Manahara Kaliya Gamana Vidhanam Datsamati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Nandana Datsamati Nandana Brajabara Nagara Gokula Nandana Vasana hara Rasa rachika kripama Ramuna tatara Gopi vasana hara Rasa rachika kripama Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vinodha Jasayam Shri Radha Vallabha Shri Radha Vallabha Mananatava Bhakti Vinodha Jasayam Samati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Nandana Datsamati Nandana विहितवहेत्र च विक्रमखेदम् केशवधृता मीनशरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवधृता मीनशरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे प्रलय पयसि जले मृत मानसी वेदम् विहितवहेत्र च विक्रमखेदम् केशवधृता मीनशरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश केशवधृता मीनशरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे कीर्तिरति विपुलतारे ते ततितपपृष्ठे कीर्तिरति विपुलतारे ते ततितपपृष्ठे धरानि धरन् किल चक्रगरिष्ठे कीर्तिरति विपुलतारे ते ततितपपृष्ठे धरानि धरन् किल चक्रगरिष्ठे केशवधृता कूर्मशरीर अय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे केशवधृता कूर्मशरीर जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे असति दर्शन शिखारे धरणी कमलगना वासति दर्शन शिखारे धरणी रोशिनी कलंक कलेवनी मगना Vasati dasana sikhare dharani kamalagna Vasati dasana sikhare dharani kamalagna Nikalanka me manmagna Swasini kalanka me manmagna Eta badhitam Mila sariram Jagati samhare Jaya Jagati samhare Jaya Jagati samhare Esa badritam Mena sarira Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Abakara kamala marina kama bhuta singam Dolita hirannaka sikutana bringam